What is up, everyone? Welcome, misfits and all, to tonight's episode of Skeptic and Ranting, the ultimate confirmation of separate ancestry. Oh, I can feel the tree of life moving through me. Where tonight we are watching a video called The Ultimate Confirmation of Separate Ancestry, answering the questions of origin from the channel Standing for Truth. So won't you join James W. and myself, Amy Newman, for some fun worth monkeying around for?
Well, that's no lie.
What is up, everyone out there on the interwebs? I do want to thank you for joining us on the intertubes. I can't believe the New World Order lets it fit the 5G chips. And if you are feeling fancy, please don't forget to like, follow, or subscribe. And then you gain access to that all button icon, which once selected will send reminders to see your premieres or join our live streams. Woo! What is up, interwebs?
Hey guys.
We're also a skeptic channel, admittedly, including the two schmucks that you see hosting. However, at the end of the video, we will be opening up the floodgates, or rather, the open mic, so anyone can say what's on their mind about the topic. Atheist or theist, liberal or conservative, come as you are, just not on my flags. God, I have to do laundry every other day. Anyway, this housekeeping is sponsored by our Patreons who help us make even more fun content at patreon.com/Amy Newman, including awesome Patreons like us from the Atheist Roundtable. Boom, boom, boom.
Thanks, Oz.
Woohoo! Who? I just want to send a lot of love to the Tang Gang. You should already be subscribed at youtube.com.
I'm sure they already are.
Atheist Roundtable. I saw them doing an LGBT ally event.
They were doing one,
with a combined of secularism. Oh, what a peanut butter and chocolate. So go check that out. And may also be pre-production of even more fun with Bugay Jesus and student Dr. Ben.
That's classified, Dave Gar.
Check that. What's up, Dave Gar? And sending love to Oz, and just generally speaking, hashtag Tangang, yo. And also, Ian Davenport. Doom, 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 doom.
Ian. Thanks, Ian.
Because, James, you know, sometimes you say it enough times and we hit it. We're finally at creationist arguments. Have you ever heard of a watch? Have you ever heard of a beach and a watch on a beach, James? Because
about a painting.
I have an argument.
Does a painting need a painter?
A painting apparently does need a painter.
Yeah.
Though, the funny thing about us and bunny rabbits is that we are naturally occurring.
Go figure, huh?
Go figure. But, the creationists want to tell us that it all developed in 6,000 years, which is really what we're going to be talking about tonight if they ever defend their beliefs. It's really about the tree of life, baby. Can't you feel the tree? But also sending love as we listen to creationist talking points, and it makes us, our eyes gloss over, and it makes us go bleep, bleep,
that bleep. It does.
Oh, because they don't really make new arguments. They're like,
recycle.
Have you heard, James? There's this hot new guy in town. He's called Thomas Aquinas. Don't know if you've ever heard of him. We're like, oh, okay, great. Can you get in the lab? Probably not. But we're sending love.
We're gonna have to take a rain check on that one, St. Thomas.
Woo-hoo. Exactly, because when it comes to religion, they really don't treat 51% of the others as what's that? It's that H word.
Hubris?
Oh no.
Hummus?
Hummus. Well, that's good too. But no. Even when they're talking about their bondservants, they're like male bondservant, female bondservant. We have orders here. We have they believe in hierarchies, just not the ones that are backed by
not nested hierarchies.
Yes. Which it's so funny once you actually start to look at the taxonomy, it gets laid out so perfectly. Things start to actually make sense.
They do.
But no, it definitely happened all at once. Exactly.
Amy, what would you think about Dr. Dan crashing the party today?
Oh, absolutely.
Dr. Dan he's out there in chat, and he knows a lot about the topic, and we've never had him on before.
Well, I was always going to say, it's just like the talk skeptic to me rules. We are always looking for expertise and people that actually know what they're talking about and academic credentials. So sending love out there, unlike oh man, there's just so many words. It's with a C, young earth, creationist. Almost slipped there. But yes, sending love to Grumpy and Diana Smith, and also the resident archaeologist of the house. We are sending love to Pat Loinger, who has done many fantastic episodes of Talk Skeptic to me, as we were just talking about, like how sacredness came to be, TLDR version, bath fitter, either kick them out or they kind of naturally get converted, and you can just exactly. Though it's a fantastic episode, as well as our spooky episode, so go check out that. And if you just love more non-believer content, more Tangang, you should be heading over to his and Biddy Buddha's channel at youtube.com/BiddyBuddha.
Thanks, Pat. Thanks, Biddy.
Woo-hoo. So sending love. And I mean, why aren't you go checking out all those fantastic non-believers?
I'm sure they already did.
Because you're not having a schism and then a holy war? Oh, that does leave a lot of time to check out non-believer content. But sending love to Pat. And also, these are the types of videos like you will see tonight that we get when we ask for empirical evidence. When Dale Pastel and all the skeptics were like, we do need philosophy to hypothesize. In fact, it's fantastic.
Sometimes useful.
But once you syllogism all over the place, you actually need to gather up those premises and that argument and go out into the world. And how should we say this?
Bring it into
around
reality.
And find out. Yeah, what James said.
Yeah. So that link right now is just for Dr. Dan. If he wants to come on, we'll be opening it up later.
That's true. We will be opening up eventually to the open mic, but we are having a little bit of commentary fun. Sending love, and also Dave Gar sending love out there, reminding us about the Quran, the Torah, and then, technically speaking, since the gospel is going to attach itself to it, all three of them are a flat earth text. Boop, 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 boop. Even though looks so
yes, they are. What said the thing? Yeah.
I'm just thankful that most Christians, Jews, and I think even Muslims, hopefully, not flat earthers, even though their book says so. They reinterpret it another way. They're just like,
that they do.
We're just gonna go to the cafeteria and pick here, here, and here. And that's why many, if not a giant majority of theists, are decent human beings. Thank you, cafeteria theists.
Thanks, guys.
just kidding. But
And
join
thank you,
the open mic if you
Dave Gar.
disagree with us. And Dave Gar sending so much love, and also sending love to Scott Duke. We get this so much. In fact, we get this in this episode. These could basically become categories, just like our Skeptic Bible study, because man, does it trigger them that we are related to keyword other animals and that they were
Brainbuster.
I mean, once again, I'm not going full PETA on you. If you're a hunter, cool and stuff. Just we both agree they weren't poofed into existence, right? There's not like it rains sheep and then you have to go find them. That would almost be proof of a designer. And yet that is not what we see.
Not at all. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you so much, Scott. And sending love to Rangels, who reminds us, of course, that we have a Skeptic Bible study here. And that, speaking of that, not only you should read our Skeptic Bible study, which is a version of the King James, which Rejos helps us get a little bit of thespian when we have to stab interfaith couples every once in a while, or the past few chapters. But you should also check out Dr. Josh's book, A Guide to the Old Testament. The Atheist Guide.
Thanks, Rejos.
Woo-hoo! But sending love, Rejos, and
we got a spicy creationist out there, but that's okay. We'll get to him later.
Well,
Science Film Labs.
Fantastic to have you on board.
Salty creationist.
We like all of the spice, exactly. James has given me an allocation, but he who controls the spice controls the universe. And so bring up as much. In fact, if you'd like, tag James W. Dr.
Oh,
John.
he is.
Tag us all at Amy Newman. We can read on your panel. Bring it up on screen. But also sending love to Rachel.
Thank you, Rachel.
Oh, YouTube gods? Nope, I'm doing good. Sending love to Rachel and helping remind us that these holy texts, they are objectively good. That's what they say. In fact, one of them even calls themselves
objectively
good book, which all the chutzpah to call yourself that. But, they would never support, slavery, non-consensual, owning of people from the nations around you.
And guys, as much as I hate to disappoint you guys, little PP will not be the subject of today's show. It's going to be another Young Earth Creationist channel, but
if you are into little PP,
we'll get the old John Maddox at some point.
There are websites for that, even ones I can suggest. What are we talking about? Anyway, sending love. It's okay, sissies. We never kink shame. To last, but the senator, not least, Senator Cato, who is reminding us, of course, that the religious people out there, especially the young Earth creationists, would never try to go after church and state separation, which is really the main game of the defense of secularism. Doesn't matter if you are even religious, you should be in defense of secularism, because one day the religion that you want to be in control is not going to be yours. And then it may be a little bit harder to practice your religion. And then all of a sudden it's like, hey, what happened to all that neutrality?
Thanks, Senator.
Thanks,
Cato.
So much, Senator.
Where's Cato?
Woo-hoo. That's right. Thank you to all of our Patreons. Thank you to all of the people in chat. Thank you to our mods, and of course, viewers like you. You are who enable us to make things possible. And we are going to go in order. I am going to
bring Dr. Dan in.
Well, I'm trying to think. I think he's going to be our headliner. So before we get into the our actual the opposing view, so to speak. The ultimate confirmation of separate ancestry. I'd love to hear it. And so would every biology department. Because we do, in fact, share common ancestry with every living thing on Earth. The tree, the bee, the guy who just accidentally scraped his knee. Yes, it's true. If we go far back enough, we share a common lineage with plants, fungi, and single-celled organisms.
Even an amoeba?
Oh my, which troubles many young Earth creationists who think that the world was made in just a few thousand years and can't process the fact that we share common DNA with an amoeba, which is a creationist talking point no one should accept. Amoeba exist in every branch of life. And instead of them being a single organism, it's a classification for how they maneuver in the micro world. Hell, evolution isn't that hard to understand. Genes randomly mutate, and the environment naturally selects them. Young Earth creationists have to work hard, day in, day out, quote mining from biologists who do believe in evolution because, like flat earthers, they too don't have a model. Except for, well, argument L, a book said a thing. So when I hear the ultimate confirmation of separate ancestry, why not be proud that we're apes? That us, along with some other cool animals like dolphins, elephants, ravens, and a bunch of others, have introspection of the universe, or at least pass the mirror test, thus showing a real understanding of self. Sounds like a group I would be honored to be part of. Wouldn't you? Thank you. And all right, we got James and then the Dr. Dan.
I'm going to defer till after.
All right.
I just want to get right into
I'm going right.
content.
We're going to let Dr. Dan do his intro, and then we are going to hear the opposing view. Dr. Dan, it is fantastic to have you here. We are both skeptic and ranting. The ultimate confirmation of separate ancestry. I don't know. Are you convinced?
Well, so first, can you hear me okay? Is everything okay?
We hear you fine.
Awesome. So this is, I love this one because it is a creationist claim that is built on a single paper from 2018 that was a barcoding study. So in this paper, they looked at just one gene in the mitochondrial DNA, and they looked at it for tons of different species of animals and found that given the diversity that you see within each species, you can work backwards to find a common ancestor for this particular gene. And when you do that, it's kind of funny. They all seem to have a date that's pretty close. It's within the 100 to 200,000 year range across lots of different species of animals. And creationists have taken this to say, aha, look, all the animals, they were all created at exactly the same time. Now they ignore the 100 to 200,000 6,000 years ago thing, and they just say
Yeah.
that it was 6,000 years ago because they do the math for how to do those calculations wrong, and you can blame people like Dr. Nathaniel Jeanson from Answers in Genesis for that. But that's what they do. They take this finding of a similar timing for what's called the most recent common ancestor across lots of different species in the early hundreds of thousands of years ago, and they say, aha, it's all at the same time, and we can do math that makes it 6,000 years ago, special creation, young Earth, confirmed. And putting aside the fact that they just ignore the actual numbers, the 100 to 200,000 year numbers, they make two big errors. First is that the most recent common ancestor for a species, for whatever particular gene or sequence you're looking at, that's not the origin of that species. The most recent common ancestor is more recent than the origin. So if you're a young Earther and you're putting a most recent common ancestor at 6,000 years ago, you're out of luck, because that means the origin of that species was in the more distant past. It was beyond your time frame. And creationists know, like 100% know and recognize that most recent common ancestor and origin are not the same thing. Because if you ask a young Earther what the Y chromosome most recent common ancestor is, they say it's Noah, 4,500 years ago. But what's the origin of the Y chromosome? Well, that was Adam, 6,000 years ago. So they know these two things are not the same thing, but for this paper, they conflate them. The second error they make is that the mitochondria is inherited only through the maternal lineage. So like males don't pass on their mitochondrial DNA, only females do. And that means it has a smaller effective population size. Essentially, the mitochondrial DNA, the population that can reproduce for that, is half the size of the rest of the human genome, because males and females can pass on the rest of the human genome. That means that the rest of the genome must converge at a earlier time in the past, at a time in the more distant past. So if you're calculating your mitochondrial most recent common ancestor, and let's assume they do the math right, and that correlates exactly with the origin, if you put that most recent common ancestor 6,000 years ago, you've totally undermined the young Earth argument, because the rest of the genome must converge in the more distant past outside the young Earth timeline. And creationists just totally ignore that, pretend it's not a thing. In fact, some creationists claim you can't even do that analysis aside from the mitochondrial DNA and the Y chromosome DNA, which is completely wrong. And so that's why this is wrong. They make just two basic errors in how you do these types of calculations. They just ignore basic principles in like evolutionary genetics to take this one paper on one specific gene, and it's one type of study on one gene, and they put it through the creationist, BS factory, and you come out the other side with all animals originated 6,000 years ago. And they have to commit like crimes against population genetics to make that work.
They really torture these papers to try and manipulate them and pull things out of them that are not really there, but that's all they have, because what else do they have?
Yeah.
Nothing. Thank you, Dr. Dan.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me on. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you for joining us. In fact, if you have a question for Dr. Dan, or if you just want to show us the wisdom about all that we are experiencing from standing for truth as we listen to the ultimate confirmation.
We got some spice out there tonight. We got Sunflower in chat. Welcome back, Sunflower.
And hey, we love all. I see Bubblegum Gun. We love all Your Way or Yahweh tested by fire. I see Sergey. We have lots of fantastic theists. So I'm sending love. Big Scream Bird, Jen, God equals the square root
Sinister
of 1.
Porpoise out there.
Sinister Porpoise, thank you all for joining us. We are going to start the fun. We're ready to be convinced that
you think we could do it in
6,000-year-old Earth?
1.25, make it a little bit quicker?
Sure.
If it's not too fast for you guys. I think that's usually fine. Oh.
I may have been doing some investigating beforehand. Because I will say that is one of the most annoying things. And Dr. Dan, also feel free if you ever feel like you want to illuminate on something, that one
Some
of the
of the
most
wisdom you're
annoying
hearing.
things is that it is like making hot dog, sausage, whatever you want to call it. They try and butcher a lot of science so that they don't have to offer their own. And that's really what we get tonight.
I subjected myself to this video when they posted it like last week.
Boy.
So I know
You knew automatically what it was.
I know what we're gonna get. I know what's coming, and I'm just
yeah. Take it all in, people.
Our bodies are ready.
Welcome to this special presentation. This has been the biggest question in all of the creation versus evolution war. Who can better explain the diversity of
Creationist
life
versus
that we see on Earth
evolutionary
today,
war.
and which model makes the better predictions?
Science
The
versus
atheist critics
non-science.
also made a challenge for young Earth creationists called the
They are so triggered by Iron Ra.
Basically, where do we draw the line dividing ancestry? Is there a line? How do we draw this line? And how can it refute
We're talking
universal
about
common
Aron's
ancestry
phylogeny
for creation?
challenge.
We answer
Basically,
that.
please just give us a species that is different. Just
Point
pick
out
one that you think.
point out a biblical kind.
Yes.
Today. So buckle up and get ready as I try to explain it.
Yes,
so
we
that
are.
everyone
Once the
can take
video's
this and share
done,
it
we
with
will be
everyone
having an
they want
open
to.
mic, but feel
Now
free
let's
to
jump right
also
into this.
tag us with
How do
your
we draw the
thoughts
line of independent
at Amy
ancestry
Newman,
and
James and
separating
Dr.
life
Dan.
in the biblical model? Well, this is best explained by the Rockefeller University study done in 2018.
Makes too much sense.
Because it explains how and why genetic diversity answers this question by using mutation rates. Since I have already tried to explain this multiple times in the past to the critics, they are unable to grasp what I mean. So it must be a failure on my part not explaining it. So this time,
don't get it.
we'll just try a few different approaches and different explanations. Let's begin with this. At the very beginning of creation, you have mitochondria that doesn't have any mutations in them.
By the way, I like how, right to the beginning, we're off to real science right here. You can see this is Jesus putting the genome right into Adam.
And see, the thing with the faulty assumption they're starting out off with is that there was some point in the past where the DNA was perfect and there were no mutations, but we know that the DNA molecule has been evolving for billions of years. There's no point anytime recently where it's going to be, quote, perfect. And what would perfect even be?
Yeah, it's a fallacy of purity. They are really just looking for a metric that's
all of a
not
sudden,
there.
it starts collecting mutations. And now we can trace these mutations that we have today back to a point where there were no mutations. Unfortunately, we can't go all the way back to creation because there.
What he's trying to describe is called coalescence analysis, which is where you look at all the variation that currently exists in a population and you try to work backwards to what's called a consensus sequence in the most recent common ancestor. So like, what do you start with? And then given the population growth parameters and the mutation, at the rate at which mutations accumulate, which is called the substitution rate, how long in the past you have to go back? How far back do you have to go to get to like one sequence that could have been the ancestor for everything that exists now? That's what he's trying to describe. It's called coalescence analysis. He's going to butcher it, but that's what he's trying to do.
That's okay. I think that's their actual job.
We can do
They're like,
is
all
trace
right,
mutations back to Noah's flood. Now, to know
ready.
what is related, all we have to do is look for and ask, was there any convergence during that time following this mutation rate back to the bottleneck, like there is with cats and dogs? But in this case, when it comes to humans and primates, the answer to that is no. Therefore, humans cannot be connected to primates
answer to that
at
is
any
yes.
time in known history, because there is no genetic connection via convergence or overlap to prove this.
Are you on mute, Dan?
Relationship. This study has shown us.
I'm not saying anything serious.
Oh,
I'm
right,
just kind of narrating as we get. It's just none of this is accurate. Like
And-
none of what he's saying is. It's not worth refuting sentence by sentence. But like none of what he's saying is true, and he doesn't know enough to like know what he's talking about.
And he's butchering this this basic concept because, like Dr. Dan was saying, he's basically these articles are saying, well, our recent animals have emerged in a set timeline, assuming that there are much more older animals. So that it's like, and many of them are like recently, as in 100,000 years old.
Convergence
Like,
or overlap.
way older than they say the Earth even is. So.
Relationship. This study has shown us that independent lines of ancestry exists. Let me try to explain it to you in a different way.
Let me
Since
actually,
mitochondria acts as a type
let me, before we get to the just bananas battery analogy here, let me, so what he's saying is this paper shows that there are separate lines of ancestry. That's not what it shows. It shows that each species has a most recent common ancestor within a couple 100,000 years for most of the species they looked at. But what he's ignoring is that that's for the mitochondrial DNA, which is, again, it's only inherited through one lineage. So it has a smaller effective population, which is like the reproducing population. So it converges faster. You look at other parts of the genome, we can do that same analysis and it converges further in the past. So like, for example, the hemoglobin gene converges millions of years in the past. Like it converges outside of Homo sapiens. That's how far in the past the most recent common ancestor is for that. And you could do that for other things that you share across all primates, all mammals, all vertebrates, like whatever. You could look at different parts of the genome and do the same thing to work increasingly further back in the past. But mitochondria is useful for the recent past, for like the history of species, which is why they used it for this particular context. Like he just is ignoring all that other stuff in the same
and
field.
and that's so problem for us, the fact that because all species are transitional, so no, species don't last forever. So what if most of the species popped up in the last million years? That's what we would expect, because species are always transitioning.
Exactly. One very popular and I think valid interpretation of this is basically saying most species that exist today are young and species have a finite lifespan. That's basically what this is saying. And like, yeah, that kind of makes sense. Like that sounds right. Yeah.
And he is about to butcher mitochondria.
type of battery. I figured that an analogy using batteries will work well enough. Now, different life
Of course he did.
types of batteries depending on where they live.
Also, I like, once again, batteries are an analogy, but let us not forget that mitochondria, they have their own DNA. They're doing their own thing as their own, I hate to say organisms, but it is a mutual relationship that is going on. Yeah.
And how they need to function. The more similar the organism, the more similar type of battery they would need. Why would an aquatic fish have a more similar battery to a dog or a cat than it would to other aquatic organisms? Well, it wouldn't, and it shouldn't. And guess what? It doesn't.
Where they get these stock photos?
Take a human and a primate. Both were created independently. But
and look,
they have very
I am not hating on anyone that wants to put good amount of time into post-production. And I almost think that is sometimes the more pernicious ones. When it looks like a Ken Hovind video from 1998, people are like, oh. But all what these videos are, in my opinion, is a longish gallop. It's a lot of science that they have picked. And what they do is they pick like a quote, and it's generally just the half of the sentence. It's like, has science found the end of evolution? And then it's like, no. And they're like, well, we don't really need that part. We can just show this part. And it's a lot of that.
Before we move on, can I just
Absolutely.
say two quick things? One is, in addition to being Gish Gallop, I think a lot of what's going on here, like we're not the intended audience for this. We're not the target audience.
Sure.
They're not
Yeah,
trying
that's
to
true.
persuade anybody. What this is preaching. This is not science communication. This is not argumentation. This is preaching is what this is. The other thing is, can we just appreciate the leaf over the silhouette? Can we just appreciate that artwork for a minute? Because
Yes, we can.
it's really funny.
I like to say we can take our eyes to any leaves or doesn't matter what gender, but sensing love. And I love that I guess you don't have to remember these aren't humans.
What kind of leaf is that, I wonder?
Canadian. It's definitely from
okay, for Randolph.
Or batteries, since each were created to live in a very similar environment, eat the same type of things, and both have a similar physical body plan and layout. That should be expected if young Earth creation were true, and this was predicted beforehand. This was not predicted by evolution. Now, here
Once again, I always say my favorite thing about creationists is they
And this
like to
was
quote just the cutting edge
1963.
biologists that they're trying to. But yeah, we'll let that happen.
predicted beforehand. This was not predicted by evolution. Now, here is where this analogy explains how we know nothing ties us to primates, and how even other primates do not converge with one another. Each battery
ERVs? No?
a little
No?
bit
Okay.
different rate, but not by much. The real difference comes down to different generational times. So a human would have less mutations than a
Oh,
chimp.
that's it.
Not
That's
because
all
of
the only difference, huh?
species like evolution presumes, but rather because humans have a higher generation.
And it's
time.
amazing.
Some-
I honestly, if you cannot look at other primates and you just don't see the similarities, I feel like that's more of a you problem than an us problem, but whatever.
Science has now confirmed that both
Even Carolus Linnaeus, when they said, hey, show me how a human is not in the same family as the great apes.
only choice we have for what we see when we look for relation. So we can therefore look at how low the battery is today in each species, and then take that back to a point when it was a full charge. This would be the global
But see,
bottleneck.
again, this is that fallacy that there's a
Chimps
perfect point, or that there is a full charge point.
Now, in my analogy, the battery is getting lower over time, but this, in reality, is in the form of mutations, and the battery is the mitochondria. The question arises, does this mean that going back to this bottleneck, that the batteries are now identical
I was
between
hoping we were going
chimps,
back to the
gorillas,
future.
pongo, and humans? In other words,
They're not
all mutations
batteries,
are
though.
mitochondria?
Yeah,
No.
well, that's it. It's where the analogy
They're not
goes
charging down.
They are
Yeah.
the powerhouse of the cell. They are probably why we've been able to get massive fruiting bodies. But that, once again, he's making it out to be something that it is not.
Also,
And
I just want to note here that within the mitochondria, there's different regions, and he's conflating a couple different things. So the study that creationists are using here, that 2018 study he mentioned, the one that I talked about, was looking at a gene within the mitochondria. Now, genes are constrained. They're operating under purifying selection, which means that if a mutation happens that like breaks it, then that individual is going to die, and that mutation's not going to persist. Or if it makes it not work as well, then it's not going to persist, right? It's less likely to persist. But there's other parts of mitochondria that are unconstrained. They don't do anything. They don't contain any genes, and mutations there just build up at a clock-like rate, is the phrase. So that's where like the molecular clock in mitochondria comes from. He's conflating two different things here. You can look at within species diversity, within the gene sequence, and you can do the calculations for time to most recent common ancestor using the unconstrained region, the molecular clock useful region. The mutation rates, or I should say the substitution rates, the rates at which mutations get stuck in those two regions is very different, because one's constrained and the other one's not. And RawMat is just like, it's all the same. It's all, and he's just conflating two things that don't work the same way. And it's just, I mean, he doesn't know any better. But like, it's just two different things.
A little bit of selective bias going on. If you just pick half of it and don't show the other half.
that, my friends, is why there are independent lines of ancestry. Humans, Denisovan, Neanderthal, Cro-Magnon, Erectus could not have, and did not, split from apes. We would need genetic evidence of divergence coming from a split to confirm this idea, and we just don't see it. All we see is that all humans, and all the different species of gorillas, and all the different species of chimp, all the different species of pongo, all go back to...
No,
And
that's not
that's
what we
where they
see.
get that from.
We actually see a gradient scale of different skulls and different I'm trying to think. We actually see the different ancestral lineage between the different primates.
And in the genetics, he's implying here that it's like separate, discrete groups, but comparing the genetics, you don't get separate, discrete groups. You get a nested hierarchy where humans and chimps are much more similar to each other than either are to gorillas. The humans, chimps, and gorillas are more similar all to each other than any of those three are to orangutans. All of those are more similar to each other than anyone is to gibbons, to the old world, right? You could just go up and up and up. He's just treating it like it's separate things that don't have any kind of larger organizational relationship with each other, but there's a pattern to how they compare to each other. We're just pretending that's not the case here.
a single bottleneck, which they all came out of together as a single species. This is called the isopoint. And tracing all these species back takes us directly to a
And once
single
again,
ancestor.
I can't help myself because he is just misusing, just going to show here, identical ancestor points, that he is actually using something that is just trying to figure out your generations. And it is not what he is saying. Not only that, but like Dr. Dan was saying, it is assuming that these go from 5,000 to 15,000 years for each one, which means it assumes there's something behind it. It would automatically have to be older than what he is saying.
Then the last common ancestor.
Yes. But who knows? Maybe we'll find it after Applegate.
He's actually, you just pointed out something that I didn't even realize here, but there's another thing he's confusing. He's confusing genealogy, right? Just like parents, grandparents, great-grandparents. He's confusing genealogy with genetic common ancestry. Those are also two separate things.
Absolutely.
And when you're calculating the time to most recent common ancestry, you're not using genealogical principles. Those are two separate things. Like,
he's trying to
humans
put them together.
The three of us have a very recent genealogical convergence point, right? Our genetic convergence point is probably going to be further back than that, right? It's a different thing. It's where the sequences converge versus where the lineage through just one ancestor converges is two separate things.
Well, because they're trying to say it's the same. Genealogy and because it's only 200-300 generations in all of time. So, you could, if you could do that, you could almost trace your ancestry back to Noah.
Right. That's the bait and switch that's going on here. Yeah.
But are you guys saying it couldn't have just been like a giant bloosh of water and then all the bones are just like that into one pile, even though that's not what we see at all? Ooh. What's up, both Peter and Jason? Sending love.
Hey, guys.
For species
And
that gave rise
Jamie Russell,
to each
sending
and all
love.
of the related species of that creature that we see today. Exactly what the biblical story of Noah tells us happened.
I love that. It never ceases to amaze me of just like the PR campaigns. It's like, everyone's dead but a rainbow.
Exactly like the Bible. What if it was like, they never come out and say, it's sort of like the Bible? No, it's always exactly like the Bible says, right?
100%.
Yeah, all the time.
Also, they make up. The creationists are also making up their own model. I don't think the Bible even predicted that the creationists were going to do all this shit. So they're like, it was probably like 2000.
They didn't know anything about this, yeah.
If you were to zoom in,
I think they're more focused on like, oh my goddess, the fire may go out, so we probably have to survive that to the next day. But no.
Battery placed in a human, it would be a different built-in code than it would be in a primate. Why? Because these areas that are without mutation all have beneficial functions, just like today. Mutations change the original function, and unfortunately, the vast
That's where they say, there's no junk DNA, it all has function. Even if we don't know what it is yet, one day they'll figure it out.
Designed all life. What is causing these new changes are mutations.
Junk DNA is another pointless rabbit hole that they try and bring up because they don't really understand, I would say, even especially the two schmucks, what it is, because I've seen both ways and different interpretations. But I would say all of our DNA is there because evolution is messy and it keeps on going and going. Wow. And as long as it doesn't hurt.
Junk DNA really hurts them because why would a designer put meaningless, useless code in there? So they have to pretend that it has some function that will be discovered one day. One day we'll figure out what it does.
And Brainbug, at the end of the video, we are going into a lovely open mic. Sending love, Doubting Thomas, and everyone out there as we talk about the ultimate confirmation of separate ancestry. cool. We are getting some wisdom from, people that don't feel like submitting papers in the peer review process.
To a point in history to see what is related and if we converge with any other species.
Also, I love
or
that
is
in
there
a
evidence for
way,
independent ancestry.
they're like, well, we kind of have to accept like lion and
Speciation.
cat evolution and speciation, but like nothing else.
With clearly created design diversity built in.
But
or mutations.
look at that. So they've just taken all the big cats that we happen to have today and combine them into this one super cat that they're saying got off of Noah's Ark.
Also,
It's just,
they are basically
it's just so
saying,
silly.
They're almost, it would be terrible. I mean, young Earth creationists would never want to admit that these bunch of cats have something that we would call a common ancestry and even branches. That would be terrible. Yeah, but they did. So
They did.
go them.
And if we converge
Fine
with
team.
any other species, or is there evidence for independent ancestry with clearly created design diversity built in, where mutations that arise cause problems? That is the real question of ancestry, and a paternity test has not, nor ever will.
Oh, can I just have to bring this up? Sending Love Sea Science Film Labs, a new apologetic that I get going around. They're like, well, how do you feel now that Lucy's been debunked? Which is just
They've been saying that
statement.
lately.
I don't even get what that means. No, Lucy has not been.
They act like Lucy is the only member of that species we've found. There are hundreds of specimens. Like
Yeah. Hundreds
Exactly.
of Australopithecines. It's not just one. Yeah.
But she's been debunked personally. They went up to her and opened an envelope and like, oh my, sucks being
Lucy,
a fossil nowadays.
You never existed, Lucy. Sorry.
Never existed.
Us that we are related to a primate of any kind, because we are not, and it can't. So mutation
Yeah, you
rates
heard that? Just if you did it, we're not related to primates. The triggering right there. How dare you? Are you saying my cousin's from a monkey? No, we're saying you are a primate right now, this very moment. Oh my God.
help us explain this entire scenario and the pattern that we see. So the question of, can evolution or creation better explain the diversity of life we see today? Well, that question is no longer on the table. As younger
Not even a
No,
true dichotomy.
it's not on the table though.
But it's not,
'cause
yeah.
Evolution. Yeah.
it way better. And since all life is essentially the same age genetically, then there is only one explanation for all of these things we see. Between fast mutation rates, few total mutations, few fixed substitutes.
Hold it a second. He just did a fun little thing there. He flashed a picture of a press release, right, showing from the same 2018 paper. It's just the same. It's just one paper the whole time. But he's showing like press releases and like PopSci articles about it. But he said, all life. He said all life has a recent creation. That paper was only about animals. Didn't talk about plants. Didn't talk about unicellular eukaryotes. Didn't talk about prokaryotes. It was only about animals. And he's doing a bait and switch there by making it about all life.
Well, haven't you heard before that them try to say that, oh, well, plants are not really alive in the biblical sense. They're more like molecular machines, yeah. They're not really alive.
Yeah,
you know.
it's, I mean, put it, in order to take any of this seriously, you have to put aside the findings of the authors that they're misrepresenting, because the authors say it's 100 to 200,000 years. Like,
but it's a fantastic quote, mine. It's my favorite, I think, very specifically, is when they're like, I am paraphrasing, but they're like, evolution definitely probably doesn't exist. Quote Stephen Jay Gould. You're like, I don't think he said that.
Can I actually read you the worst? I'm gonna just be straight up, the worst lie about this paper that I saw among any creationists. It was from Dr. Nathaniel Jeanson from AIG. And let me read what he wrote and then what the actual paper says. It's just a couple sentences. So he said, Hang on, let me find it here. Sorry. Now I'm like,
Oh no, you're good. I'll basically show this people a paper, and then if anyone wants, and then we'll.
okay, here you go. I got it. So here's
There
what
you go.
he said. This is Jensen quoting from the paper, but then ending the quote and finishing the sentence. So what he says, quoting the paper, the simple hypothesis is that the same explanation offered for the sequence variation found among modern humans applies equally to the modern populations of essentially all other animal species. Namely, that the extant population, no matter what its current size or similarity to fossils of any age, has expanded from mitochondrial uniformity within the past, end quote, and then Jensen finishes the sentence, 6,000 years. Okay? The actual sentence is exactly the same as that, except no matter what its current size or similarity to fossils of any age, has expanded from mitochondrial uniformity within the past 200,000 years.
Wow.
He just cut off the 200,000 and put 6,000.
194,000 year
why.
difference there.
You can't do that.
I was doing the same analogy with James in the last podcast. If someone came to you and they're like, "Hey, you're getting $6,000," and then someone to the other side tapped you and said, "Hey, you're getting up to $200,000." I feel like you'd have different emotional beats for those two numbers.
Yeah.
Probably the same, though.
Genetically, then there is only one explanation for all of these
What's
things
up,
we see.
AJ?
Between fast mutation rates
Hey,
with
AJ.
total mutations, few fixed substitutions with fast substitution rates, with no mitochondrial mutation saturation in anything alive, and a single paternal line leading right back to Noah in the recent past, and a single maternal line
What's up,
leading all the way back to
Amaretto?
Eve at creation. There is no other explanation than the biblical model of ancestry.
That's it. No other explanation.
Now let me
None.
break down the evolutionary tree of life real quick.
It
They
had
tell
to
us
be
all
that
life-
animals became vegetarians after the flood. And oh, what a timing. Did bacteria eat? Oh, another triggering point, because it's how we use the word bacteria in this way. But is it likely that eukaryotic cells, of which humans are made, evolved from bacteria about 2 billion years ago? Give me the news. But why are they so triggered? Because life is 4.5 billion years, and the Eurocratic revolution, whatever you'd like to call it, happened about halfway through that, and mitochondria became working with the other cells, the plants, the fungi. There's one other going with animals. I know there's a fourth branch, but basically we have these bigger organisms 2 billion years ago, and that's triggering.
Eukaryotes.
Because once again they're like, "Oh, bacteria, look at you, how could you have possibly come from something so small?" I just don't get it, but okay.
Life evolved from bacteria billions of years ago. Well, bacteria have as low as 1,500 genes. So over time, they supposedly evolved more genes.
Why are there still bacteria?
Over long periods of time. Along the way, as they produced these new organisms that eventually became a common ancestor to a new evolutionary line of species, this is a convergence point. After that, this new line diverges from that common ancestor. This is the idea of how evolution works and why all things are related. So over time, something will spawn that is a new parent species, and all new species from it will get more genetically distant.
Talking about ring species.
And over time, they will become less genetically similar to one another. Because of this way of thinking, Harvard's leading evolutionary theorist, Ernest Mayr, predicted that finding similar DNA differences between very diverse organisms...
It's the problem with understanding convergent evolution. Once again, back to cutting edge science. But why? It's basically why foxes look the same like wolves, and why hyena. Well, they're all carnivore, but why they have the same type of model. It works. I don't know what's wrong with that.
Tile.
Well, look like you're about to say something, Doctor.
I just want to point out here that this, using these quotes from the 60s, James mentioned it before, but this is supremely dishonest because, you know,
Yeah.
we're treating evolutionary theory in 1963 as though it's representative of evolutionary theory once we could start sequencing genomes. There's a problem doing that, right? You can't do that. Plus, there are a whole bunch of evolutionary mechanisms as of the 1940s, 50s, 60s that we didn't even know about. And now we know
But
about
isn't it amazing though, even though we didn't know so much, how much they got right initially. Not that they got everything right, but they did get a lot of it right, even without knowing genetics or the genome or anything like that.
Yeah, we're adding to that model. There's parts that they said this is a finite set of processes, and now what we're doing is we're saying no, it's actually there's more than that. There's more ways of evolution happening than what we knew back then. But so in that regard, we've had to say like that what you're saying that doesn't explain it. But like those mechanisms from the first half of the 20th century still exist, right? We still consider and use those, and they're important. Some of them are really important, but stuff we've like kind of figured out since then also really important. So there's a whole bunch of things creationists love to cherry pick from like the 40s, 50s, 60s of like, oh, look at this problem that this guy pointed out. Look at that problem that guy pointed out. And it's like, well, we know the answers to those now because we figured it out.
Because it's been like 40, 60 plus years.
Yeah.
Or they're taking one scientist who made a wrong prediction and saying, oh, the fact that he got that wrong means the entire theory is dead. But no.
And I
still
didn't
complaining about Haeckel's embryos. Still complaining about those embryos when that was never the consensus.
There is one really egregious point that I have an example, and I have just quotes just to give the opposing side of himself, I guess. And so that is, I didn't do the whole one, but there is a guy upcoming. Also, that's what he or she said, but Ernest Meyer, I don't know if you know him, but they really do him wrong. So send love in there. And I have to bring this up because AJ was saying if I can find this while we're playing.
He claimed that random genetic changes over millions of years explained the differences in creatures' traits, and that those...
But he says, I have to... It must be the apologetic, because my favorite example of this is presuppositional apologists. They all sound the same. I don't know why they all sound the same, and they almost all are assholes. It has to come. Now, that's not what standing for truth is. He's a young earth creationist. That's a different form of whatever the hell. But you're right.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me.
Sir. Gotta have Mr. Bat. Mr. Batman came on our channel, first of all. That's what he said. Only once. But they get self-triggered and they rage quit. We give them too much time. That's the problem.
Enough rope to hang themselves.
That's right.
Have obviously obliterated genetic similarities. And he would be correct if evolution was true. But then we go to the biblical model, and in 1975, prior to any detailed genetic analysis, the Institute for Creation Research founder, Dr. Henry Morse, asserted that there would be a common underlying pattern to explain similar structures.
How much work do you have to do to come up with and say, common designer? You don't have to do a damn thing. You could be sitting on your couch watching TV, scientists are out doing the work, and then you just say, common designer. Boom.
Raw Matt here is also misrepresenting what Henry Morris said, because he's talking about structures and functions. So he's talking about morphology, or if we're being generous, he's talking about like biochemical stuff like protein folds. He's not talking about DNA sequences here. So
different structures for different functions. In the creation model, the same similarities are predicted on the basis of a common purpose designer. What do we see? Taxonomically restrictive orphan genes, species-specific endogenous retroviruses, extremely high genetic similarity between all life.
It just looks like they're creating evolution and they don't have the balls to connect the rest of the model.
So he just said something interesting. He's something called orphan genes. So genes that are restricted to specific species or families or whatever, right? Well, it turns out we have in the last just 10-ish years come a long way in figuring out where those come from, because we're now really good at sequencing genomes. So what you can look for is you have a gene in a particular species that doesn't, that gene, it's a bit of DNA that codes for a protein that's missing in the closely related species. You could look at like humans and chimps and gorillas, and you could find genes in humans that code for proteins that chimps and gorillas don't have. Taxonomically restricted gene, orphan gene. It's actually a pun. It's ORF for open reading frame. It's a pun. It's an orphan. It's ORF. It's a pun. And so what we now know to look for are regions in the related genomes that are non-coding but are still occasionally transcribed. So what you do is you look at the RNA that is present, and you can find sequences that are similar to that gene. And then you go into the chimp DNA and you could find the sequence where that RNA came from, now that you know what to look for. And it turns out we can then find, like for the human orphan genes, we can point to the sequences in other primates that are non-coding, but sometimes they get transcribed into RNA. And all you need for that to become protein coding is a start and stop codon. So it's just a couple of mutations, and all of a sudden now it's going to make a protein. And that protein, maybe it doesn't do anything. Maybe it's harmful. Maybe it's beneficial in some way. And so like we've actually figured out where a lot of these orphan genes came from. So creationists love to say, oh, orphan genes, that's your created kind. That's your independent lineage. We can now trace those sequences, like in this figure, we could trace them across all these different groups, because we now know what to look for. That 10, 15 years ago, we just weren't doing enough genomics to know what to look for, but now we do. Science, it's so cool.
Science. I was wearing a t-shirt yesterday, so y'all need science.
They hate that it's always updated and that it's always taking in new data and assimilating it into the model, and maybe things change a little bit. That drives them crazy because they just have a book from 2,000 years ago that they just blindly believe.
Book says the thing. And I want to bring up a comment. Keep on tagging the entire panel, Dr. Dan, James W., and myself at Amy Newman. But I see out there Science Lab saying, or C Science says, do you ignore principles and laws of science, even mathematical formulations, all while assuming fantastic theories? I don't know why, but I read that like in the Fantastic Four. In order to rationalize the evidence of a grand designer with your denial, do you ignore principles and laws?
Quite a word salad there.
Of science. Okay. No, I don't think that we do. I'll let the whole panel answer, but even mathematical formulations, math is a language. We use math in science, all while assuming fantastic theories. A theory is actually the highest level in science. We use facts to build a framework that would be considered a workable theory in order to rationalize the evidence of a grand designer. I don't think we're doing that. In fact, we're not even talking really about God. Creationists make themselves the enemy of biology, but it's not really even atheism versus theism.
It doesn't have to be that way.
Exactly. To all of the theistic people out there who accept science, I would say are evolutionists, or the term is really you just understand biology or accept biology, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
With your denial. I don't know.
Big words do confuse me, bubblegum. So I mean, yeah, keep it nice and easy, and yeah.
Easy peasy.
Evolution
and drawings from at least 1963.
We find what young Earth creation predicted the entire time. This is why evolution had to invent a genetic bottleneck as a rescue device for their falsified prediction. Yet, to this very day, they still have zero evidence for this mythical bottleneck that they have to invoke 200,000 years ago.
Oh, their models include bottlenecks too. Don't let them fool you with that.
So evolutionist Ernest Mayr was correct in his assumption, because deep time evolution is not true.
So we're just going to stop right there. I just want to bring in, I think we have Ernest Mayr backstage. He would just like to tell you that most of them are doomed to rapid extinction, but a few may make evolutionary inventions such as psychological, ecological behavior, innovations that give these species improved competitive potential. New gene pools are generated in every generation. Evolution takes place because the successful individuals produced by these gene pools give rise to the next generation. And just a little bit, 2 more scoops. Evolution, thus, is merely contingent on certain processes articulated by Darwin: variation and selection. In fact, all he claimed is that when a drastic change occurs, it occurs in relatively small and isolated population. Ernest, thank you so much for joining the panel tonight to clear that up. That was so nice of you.
I just want to point out another bait and switch that Rawmat did there, and he does these. It's like sleight of hand, right? And he just does these little things that he conflates things that are not the same. So he's conflating extinction in what he just showed with a population bottleneck. Those are not the same thing. He said, well, we don't see a mass extinction 200,000 years ago, so this bottleneck is it's invented because the evolutionists need a bottleneck to explain their model. And those mass extinction, lots of bottlenecks are different. And it's not even necessarily a bottleneck. It's just a convergence point, a most recent common ancestor. That's just going to happen with a population. The population could be stable, could be growing, could be shrinking. You don't need a bottleneck to have that. And Rawmat's just conflating all these different ideas to make it seem like the evolutionists just have an ad hoc model based on nothing.
Like they're just pulling it out of thin air and just making up as they go along, which is what they do.
And they don't quote their own people, whatever they want to say. It's not like they're quoting creationists that have submitted a creationist paper to a peer-reviewed journal. It's always just people that disagree with them that they're trying to quote mine.
And this is where they were forced to conclude that a global bottleneck had to be true. It was a retrodiction made after the fact. And now look, they try to use this genetic similarity as the best evidence for evolution when it was a falsification of evolution. And even though they hate the idea of a biblical catastrophic event killing off 90% of all life on Earth, they are forced to invoke it anyway, because
I don't know how much they know about evolution, but like 90, if not 90% plus of all animals, all life becomes extinct. That is actually what natural selection dictates.
99% of the fossil record.
Yeah. Yes.
It's extinct.
So I don't know why they're trying to use this as like a gotcha, because once again, it's always like they're like, well, you never see an ape give birth to a starfish. And you're like, that is not what evolution dictates. And if you do, cool, because you just saw a miracle.
Well, like Dr. Dan said, this is not necessarily them trying to convince us. This is just preaching to the choir. This is just, you guys, don't worry about what those atheists are saying. Don't worry about evolution. It's not true. Everything we see fits with the biblical model. Don't worry about it. Yeah.
Diversity in all life today.
Picky.
How could that be the case if deep time is true? It cannot. Therefore, a
deep
global
time.
bottleneck.
That's another thing. It's basically
over
time
6,000 years.
Them. Yeah, anything over.
They consider that 10, deep time.
Deep time. You guys think that time is your god.
Life.
Oh, that's another thing I was thinking about. I can't help myself. Is that there was a point where life only existed at 6,000 years. At a certain
that's true
point, it was 6,000 to 10,000 years. But at that point, evolution was already occurring. We're already having natural selection take place in the environment. There was never a time when life existed that evolution was not taking place.
Rescue device that they had to use, but was written about in scripture long before.
Quotes a scientist, then puts in the Bible. Science right here, ladies and gentlemen.
Ended up being 100% true. And I think the funniest part about
not 90% true, not 99, 100%.
This is what our model has said all along. Now, let's go back to the evolutionary tree of lies. Let's take a primate species as an example. If these were the
Evolutionary
first of the
tree of
species
lies.
and they had offspring, let's say over 2,000 years, then, for sake of argument, let's assume there are multiple speciation events over that 2,000 years. Let's say 3 new species now exist. Then a bottleneck happens. Well, who survives? Which species makes it? Let's say a single species
It's a
from line
hypothetical.
3.
You tell us.
So now we have a single species from the primate family who has incurred loss of genetic diversity from its beginning, as it is the last species to arise after creation. It now goes into a new bottleneck, and now
That does not follow.
parent ancestor,
Like,
all new species that
the
arise.
crimes against population genetics are being committed
Now,
here.
all mutations in all future generations can now be tracked back to this and only this.
Can they really, though?
No
He just refuted himself. He just refuted himself right there, because what he was describing is creation, speciation, extinction of everything except this one, followed by more speciation. And then you can trace back to that one thing. That's your most recent common ancestor, but you know what it's not? It's not your origin. That was in the more distant past. He doesn't realize it, but what he just did invalidates everything he's doing using that 2018 paper, because that 2018 paper was about most recent common ancestors. And what he just described correctly was how the most recent common ancestor isn't the origin of the lineage.
He said the truth by accident?
He was accidentally correct without realizing it, and in doing so, refuted his own point.
And that paper from 2018 did not say that these common ancestors arose 6,000. It was like 200,000 years ago.
1 to 200,000. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So there's a magnitude away from what they would consider true.
Yep.
What is up, Leophilius? Sending love. And then I will say, Peter is like, if you're on Twitter, can you tweet the show like I did? Let's get Amy Newman and the whole channel
thank you,
past
Peter.
1K subs, sending so much love, Peter. We're almost there. Holy moly. And we have so much fun, even more amazing skeptical content coming right back at you. And Peter, that sounds like a great idea. I'll get on that.
You know, actually, before we
in that
absolutely
before we keep going, I think I'm gonna bow out. It is way past my bedtime. So it's after midnight.
I honestly just want to thank you for
coming you came on
here,
for what
Dr.
you did.
Dan. Yeah, it was truly an honor to have you just, I would say, lightly slapping around and teasing the creationists. Sometimes they got to be put in their corner.
Thank you. I was happy to be here. This was super fun, and this video was this is a great target. So before I go, just remember, they're doing 2 things wrong. They're ignoring the rest of the genome. They're only talking about mitochondria or sometimes Y chromosome. They're ignoring the rest of the genome. That goes further into the past. And they are pretending that the most recent common ancestor, that convergence point, is the same thing as the origin. But like we just saw like 2 minutes ago, Raw Matt explained how that's not the case. So they know that's wrong, but they're saying it anyway. And that's when they're not just lying about the paper, pretending 1 to 200,000 means 6,000. So just as you go through the rest of this video, just keep that in mind. Nothing else. It's all just smoke and mirrors. It's just those couple of things, and they're just completely wrong. And that's it.
Thank you so much, Doctor.
So,
thank you so very much, Dr. Dan. It was awesome having you on.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I really appreciate it. Keep having fun.
Come back anytime.
Yes, come back anytime. And we're going to get also your channel in. I'm going to get that up on banners. I was just say, if you would
they
like
should all know it. It's a good channel. They have all been there.
But if you would like to do, what would you like to do a tagline for yours?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. So my channel is Creation Myths. I'm for those of you that don't know me, I'm an evolutionary biologist. My channel is Creation Myths, and I take very specific creation science like claims, things like genetic entropy or created heterozygosity, or this specific paper that we're talking about is one thing that I've done videos on, and like really dig into the creationist arguments and see like, does this work as a hypothesis? And it never does. It never works. But it's fun to dig into it and see just how bad it is. So thank you for that link. That's my channel.
Yeah.
Check it out if you
Absolutely.
want to see more of
So-
more of what I do. It's fun.
This is the guy on Little Pee-Pee's dartboard that he, you know,
Oh my.
yeah. Our good buddy LPP.
Good night, everybody.
Well, thank you so very much, Dan. It
Thanks,
was
Dan.
Dr. Dan at youtube.com/creation. Man, go check him out.
Check him out.
is Awesome. And I honestly, it always amazes me that the creationists, especially the young earth creationists, they always go after the academics, the people who actually know what they are talking about. And then they try and turn it around and they're like, who should you really believe? You should believe the,
People who don't know what they're talking about.
exactly. Once again, the two schmucks are just trying, we're not trying to give our opinion. We're just trying to give, hopefully, what the other academics are trying to explain to us.
Thank you, Peter.
That's right. Dr. Dan's channel can be found right down there. In fact, I will pin it up there.
Thank you.
We continue further, and we are actually about to head.
Now,
that's right. Well,
we never said we were. What did she say? We're two schmucks.
Exactly. I have very specific fields in media design, technology, all of that stuff. Might even be similar to what LPP has. The problem is this is not my field. Okay. This biology, geology, physics, cosmology, which
we don't claim to hold degrees in any of those
They
fields.
are not exactly. And so what I'm trying to do instead is just convey our understanding, or even better, when we have people like Dr. Dan come on, James and I are just in the seat, just like you guys, just trying to
taking it all in,
and maybe even asking questions and sending love very much, materialist Dan. And that's right. I find that the more that you study, you learn that you shouldn't speak about things that you don't know. That is actually what I've learned. You start to humble yourselves.
That's claim what to be an expert.
Exactly. That is what worries me about young earth creationists, is because they are claiming things that don't tell me that DNA is a code. All right. If you can make a really kick-ass website with HTML and JavaScript, cool. If you're going to tell me that the all-powerful, all-knowing creator of the universe actually created all of life on Earth and the diversity that we know, gonna need a little bit more than that. That's actually a much bigger claim than, I don't know, making a website. And not hating, because that's what I do. Once again, not hating on that, or what LPP does. He claims to be a programmer, a scripter. You could say there's a little bit of a difference, but either way, we're not hating him on that. He's not a geneticist. And so if that's his hobby, all we're asking is please go out there, along with all the young creationists, not to just call out him, all of them, please get your butt in the labs and present it to people like Dr. Dan. And then maybe you will actually convince the schmucks that are just
unlikely.
Yeah.
You see, because at the end of the day, you're never going to convince them, because it's just wrong. It's wrong. The Earth is not 6,000 years old. Life was not created by poofing animals out of nothing. You're never going to be able to show that because it didn't happen.
And I would say that's not up for date in academia. I would say you can always come on to this channel, that's what he or she said, and argue that, but no one intellectually is having that debate. You could be a theist. In fact, there are a giant majority of theists, probably in academia, in the United States. You know the difference? They accept science. They can actually put their one bucket here and their other bucket here. I saw
Buckets of
some
fun.
more comments, buckets of fun, but we are jumping back in.
That's yeah.
And then we
Plow
will
through the rest of
eventually
this.
open up. I see Neil. What is up? Sending
Hey, Neil.
some light and love. Go check out. Speaking of awesome non-believers,
Great people
go
out
check
there.
out Neil the 604 Atheist. He has many fantastic. I've personally been on the deconversion stories, but you should also go check out all of them because he's talked to many of your favorite non-believers.
Absolutely. Good channel.
So send in love, Neil. I saw a comment directed at the panel.
There's been a few of
I'll
those.
play while I'm finding it.
Family that survived the bottleneck. And we just don't see this
Oh,
in
there we go. Yet here you are speaking about evolution and DNA. Correct. And you notice that generally speaking, unless it was to talk about a pet peeve or a joke, that James and I shut the when Dr. Dan was talking, that's for a reason, because this is what he actually knows about. And once again, James and I are trying to convey what we know about the facts of evolution and DNA. It's not like we have an opinion. It's not like the Amy and James hour about what we feel about DNA.
And what we're trying to do here is to give our fellow non-believers, like, how would you take this in, even if you're watching this and you don't have a degree in genetics or biology? How could you look at it from a secular perspective, and what would you take away from it?
And send in love. So Sunflower, I would send in love. I would say, first of all, the natural philosophers and the people who were the first academics did not have degrees. So I will start from that. There are knowledgeable people with
He's saying he has a
expertise.
chemistry degree.
What would I
biochemistry.
say? So I would then translate to modern day. How do I view academics? I would say, generally speaking, you have a bachelor's degree or higher. Sending love to anyone who has an associate's. I kind of count that too, or a certificate.
Depends.
But the further up you go in the ladder, the more you get towards a master's. I would say that tends to be academic. Sometimes you get hate because the people who have education doctorates, they are doctors, they are academics. So if you are saying you have a bachelor's in chemistry, I would say, yes, you are an academic. Whether you could say whether you're a current academic or where you're publishing papers, blah, blah. That gets into all the nitty gritty and all the former labels and all the, if you are someone who is formally educated, that's all we're saying. I almost blush when I go over. I have a super villain or a superhero level of degrees, which is weird, but they're all in media, design, technology, the fun stuff, all the stuff that I think are interesting and fascinating. And I use it to get all of these wonderful podcasting. But once again, if you ever hear Amy talking about what she thinks about happened before the Big Bang, you have something's gone wrong. So have the teachers that have taught me. Or just the scientists that James has learned from. That is what we're trying to protect from.
We're just guessing at that point.
Yes, exactly.
Data. So when people say, oh, we have a shared most recent common ancestor with a missing link primate 7 million years ago, well, they can say that all they want, but there is no genetic evidence for this whatsoever. It would be impossible to obtain the data, even if we wanted it to be true, because even according to them, multiple bottlenecks have occurred since that time. And now that you know, since we can only go back to the last most recent bottleneck and no further.
That's true, Leo.
We can't
we will be having an open mic shortly, so don't go. Keep on. Though I see love, see films, sending love to anybody typing with their thumbs. I've been at myself in the lovely debate community, but you'll have a chance to join.
Like Dr. Dan was saying, though, you can only trace back to the last bottleneck with the genes they're looking at, which is the Y chromosome and the mitochondrial DNA. You can look at the endogenous retroviruses, and you can find that we have a common ancestor with other primates. And That's just reality. Unless it's your theory that, oh, God designed it that way to make it look like we did, just to test your faith. Well, if that's what you want to go with, okay.
And what do we see in genetics? Well, we only see individual lines of ancestry, all dividing animal species into the groupings that we would expect to see as young Earth creationists. Individual lines of ancestry. Humans, chimps, gorillas, pongo, and baboons all have their individual branches of ancestry that all their related species can be traced back to this bottleneck.
Like, it triggers
why
them
do we see
so much that we are primates. I just don't get it.
Totally.
this? Well, scripture tells us because Noah only took one species of each of these kinds on the ark with him, and that is exactly what we see in the genetics. No tree of life, no
It's all
universal
about
common
those
ancestor,
buckets.
not even different lines of ancestry within these
Also, what is a variable? A bucket. I can't help it. See, now we're getting into what I like.
apes. Think about it. Even if there had been only 2 different primate species from the same lineage, we would see that, but we don't. Yet we do see this when we look at humans. Why? Because Noah's son's 3 wives had different mitochondria.
I love it. That's real science. Noah's 3 wives. Now we're starting to understand it. Real science.
But they all had a common female ancestor with Eve, so what does that matter? Just forget about them. Trace it back to Eve through the mitochondria, which they do, but I don't know why they're
another
throwing
thing,
that
I
out
just
there.
have to send a shout out. I was getting in a debate with a anti-vaxxer because what are vaccines made from? My running joke is always anti-vaxxers don't know what a vaccine is. It is, ladies and gentlemen, the virus itself. That's right. And then they got an article and they're like, look, it's only the RNA from the virus.
Or sometimes the spike proteins or whatever.
Do you know what RNA is? You do know. Never mind.
There are different types of vaccines, but they all work on very similar principles.
Exactly. Whether you're taking the RNA, the DNA from the virus, you're still taking a
part of the virus
data from the virus to fight the virus.
So we can trace back further. But we can't do that when looking at the male Y chromosome lineage. Why? Because Noah's Y chromosome was the only lineage left on Earth. So we can trace his mutation rate right back to him 4,500 years ago.
Some real science going on here.
Of course.
While these ape species, they can be traced back to a single common ancestor of their own family, which survived this bottleneck, which just so happened to kill off every single one of their related species. Exactly what the
Bible. We know bottlenecks happen naturally. So like an ice age is a natural bottleneck. It kills a vast majority of animals. It doesn't kill all of them. That some species do survive and then pass on their genes. I don't know why he is triggered by it, but
it's impossible for this evolutionary phylogenetic chart to be true.
I like how they're like, this is definitely not real, but like all of this just being poofed.
Makes total sense, right?
Makes total sense.
Because now we know that all life went into a bottleneck recently. Therefore, how could any species be older than another one? It can't. They all have to be the same age.
But that's not the beginning of life.
The reason the Tree of Life chart connecting ancestry was made is that they have to assume genetic similarities evolved over time to be similar and then diverge. Thus, the oldest species in the family with the most genetic similarity, according to them, is the one with the most mutations. But this fails because, as I stated earlier, the only explanation that there is now
these fucking stock photos
and humans are the same age. Therefore, different generation times are what caused more mutations to build up, making it appear as though one primate family diverged from the other.
Is that all that it is? Just
the other. But
generation times.
Just
that's
a few generations, and
that's it.
Yeah. I mean, it honestly, like, I think he's doing this purposely.
Of course he is.
You can't show nudity on whatever, but I've seen even on other things when you're comparing, like, it is really like, how could these be related to this? I mean, this guy's wearing clothes. Jesus Christ.
By simply looking at generations.
We went to the moon.
Now, look at the door in the background.
James, I really do. I want to solidify that into a fallacy because they make it so much. We went to the moon. I don't know if you knew this. But we
Humans
went
are
to the moon.
smart. We build tools.
Yes,
we do
we
things
do.
like that. We can
The
figure
elephant
things out.
actually jumps through the hoop, and so do you. Thank you.
Birds can fly through the air. We can't do that without machines. So.
Exactly. And not only that, but we make tools, but so do other animals. Like, is a beaver dam not cool? Does it have to be a certain level of sophistication for the soul to leak in? Like, a river dam is like, okay, we'll get a down payment on a soul, but it's not until you have like cable until you really have a soul.
Or like an anthill. Now, these ants can't talk to each other. They don't have a diagram that shows you what they're building. They're all just kind of working in concert, though, and they build these very intricate, complicated structures through the earth. I don't know if you've ever seen the people who do moldings of anthills. They melt like aluminum and pour them down into it, so you can see how intricate all the different tunnels are. But yeah, it's pretty cool.
Also, Brainbug sends in love, says, check your DMs. I fixed Matt's cladogram from earlier in the video. Sounds fantastic. Is that YouTube, Twitter, or Discord? And I will show that up. Sending so much love, Brainbug.
Thank you, Brainbug.
Yeah, I would say this is offensive in many different scientific fields. This insults biology, geology, cosmology,
anthropology,
history. They take pot shots at everything. They don't even know they're doing it. I always say, don't give, don't virtue signal that you you want to give respect to your ancestors and then wipe away 90%, 99% of your ancestors. But I mean, just the 90% of humans. If 10,000 years of 100,000, even less, if it was 200,000, and those were human beings that had feelings,
Homo sapiens,
thoughts, wrapping around fire by the cave.
This is easily solved by simply looking at generation times.
That's
now,
it.
Look at the door in the background. That door represents the bottleneck.
Everything that walked through it survived. Richardson, who just did a fantastic video with youtube.com/tjump. You could also go on youtube.com/Randolph Richardson. They just had another fantastic open floor debate for theists to come along and, provide evidence to a bunch of atheists that they exist. It's true. I'm pretty sure that's how you become an inner circle atheist, Kill Doggy. What is up? Also sending love to everyone out there on Twitter and Twitch.
Hey, Twitch. What did I see that every breath you take, there's like a molecule in your lungs that was in the lungs of like Plato too, just because of the number of molecules and the dispersion. Yeah.
Oh my. I will say it's very tempted to. We've not had me on my own show of Debate Me Brah, but I've been thinking about it. That's the second time I've been challenged, and I think may have to have James and maybe someone else as a guest mod. But I'm up for it. We do have an actual show on here called Debate Me Brah. But also,
we're trying to hurry her along, Sunflower. Come on.
That's right.
Not stalling.
I'm just sending love.
We're moving her along.
On Twitch.
So why do we see charts like this one with the pongo, then the gorilla, then the chimpanzee, and then eventually human, showing the evolutionary pattern of life?
We can't help
as
it.
I said,
We're gabbers.
This was made based on assumptions that more mutation means it's older. That's all. So why is a panda bear evolutionarily older than a brown bear according to evolution? Mutations. They have more of them. Since they believe that all bears mutate at the same rate, then more mutations.
I don't think that's what they say.
I don't think that's true.
I don't think they say that.
Lowest generation time of all bears, almost 3 times lower than the average. So obviously, they have more than twice as many generations than the average bear species since the last bottleneck. So of course they would have more mutations, and of course it would make them appear to be evolutionarily older, but it doesn't necessarily make them any older than any other bear species. And now you know why. This exact problem is what we have with the out of Africa hypothesis. But that's another
Oh,
topic.
they hate that out of Africa hypothesis.
So you might be asking, why do humans have so
Indeed.
few mutations?
Because they think, oh, everything arose in the
At
Middle
this
East.
time, we have the least amount of mutational differences because there have been fewer generations, while the Pongo has the lowest generation time. So they have far more mutations in them because they have had more generations that have passed since the bottleneck. This has led scientists to misconstrue them as
And
being
all
older.
primates
It's
are
the
related.
paradigm driving the conclusion. They've been looking for any type of evidence they can to
Once
tie
again,
man to the Pongo.
Again, they're just looking at two parts of the DNA. They're not looking at the whole thing.
I meant to do that.
Believes in neutral theory, which is the idea that everything mutates at the same rate. But this should be a dead concept by now, because we know that even other humans don't mutate at.
What was that? And then I think this is another one. There's one or two more examples that he brings up that really are just the opposite of what they appear to be. These Amish transgenders have been genetically isolated from our population since 1700s. They have 7% lower. Once again, I'm not even sure what his point is.
And what you can do with this mutation rate, I'm very skeptical about how much you can take that.
Hey,
Weird
Gutsick!
relationships, inheritance rather. of
YouTube.com/GutsickGibbon.
Right?
They're
You
so
ex-
triggered by her.
you accept comparative genomics
So
to say
it
that
seems.
lions and tigers are related, right? Lions and tigers are 95% similar on their coding base.
Lions and tigers are both under the branch Carnivorar. If you've been a fan of this channel, you have heard me shout them out fantastically. Yes,
They're also
they
in
are.
the Felidae family.
Humans and chimps, 3.8 times more than that. So why does it break down for you there? And they never have an answer. I've never heard a convincing answer for that.
So it went from I've never heard an answer to I've never heard a convincing answer. What she meant to say was I've never heard an answer that I've understood or liked. That's more like it.
No, we understand this. The problem is that none of this seems to actually go
All that
against
is, if you look at it all, it's all not, every single one is nonsense.
Because we've all had conversations with this person. And the genetics goes over their head.
Look at that
Also,
3-0.
I do want to say this is generally speaking how many creationists it takes to have a decent conversation with someone who believes in biology.
Yeah, for them
You
to
may need
obfuscate and try to mislead and confuse people.
Yeah, I'll be the first one to admit that I'm not a geneticist.
Again, I'm not a geneticist.
Yeah.
She's a primatologist. How triggered are you guys by Erica?
Admitting that she's not a geneticist, but you know what? None of those three are geneticists. So, yet they're all not geneticists.
None of them. None of these people
They're all
degrees in any of the
in
relevant
genetics.
fields.
So,
Not a geneticist. Not a geneticist. Yes, she's a primatologist. Well, what is your point?
For certain, genetics is not my forefront.
Because I'm not a geneticist.
As I've said for like the 20th time, I'm not.
Oh, once again, here is the example. Have you ever wanted to hear what someone who has academic credentials sounds like when they're going outside their expertise, even just a little bit outside their expertise? Because I guarantee you that Gutsick knows more about genetics than I think there was 3 creationists. We can add the mod. We can add any amount of creationists because let's be honest.
she probably knows more. Yeah.
Well versed in genetics. I can't give you great answers because I don't know them.
So going back in time, in the human lineage, we converge on a single human ancestor with nearly identical mitochondria, especially when we look in a single gene in the mitochondria called the CO1 gene, which is one of the fastest mutating genes in all of the mitochondria. Therefore, it is the best gene to test ancestry. When we do this in all the different chimpanzee species alive today, we also go back in time and converge on a single chimpanzee ancestor of all living species. Their mitochondria today are a lot more mutated than ours. But even going back to
that is fantastic. I await your paper in evolution to disagree. Or I don't even know if you disagree for how much, I don't want to throw hate or paint with a brush that I don't have to. I'm trying to.
He's always. I don't think he's a young Earth creator. I don't know. He sounds like he is
I don't
today,
know.
but I didn't think he was a YEC before.
Bottleneck, it's still different than ours was back then, showing separate ancestry. These differences can only be explained by having independent lines of ancestry that went into a bottleneck and came out the other side. If it was true that we shared a common ancestor with any
Indeed.
other primate species, like evolution claims, then we could find evidence for that in our genetics, and we simply do not show that. This has been confirmed by the 2018 Rockefeller University study, and this is what was so surprising to them, and again, a prediction not made by evolution. Only young Earth creation. To prove common ancestry, we need to see a convergence going into the past, and we don't. So if there was ever a split, then we would see it by removing mutations in both humans and chimpanzees, going back in time to having identical matching mitochondria. We do not see that going back in time. We see individual.
Why
lineages.
would we have identical mitochondria? And actually, I would like to know where mitochondria fit into the creationist model at all. Why do they even exist?
Intelligent design.
Because we don't see that, they had to resort to a rescue.
Well, first of all, I believe that Erica is publishing. That's kind of the part of how you get your master's and then your
She's in a doctorate program.
your doctorate. So yes, and I await the creationists once again, their published papers or adding anything to the community.
Device and say, well, this split was before that last bottleneck. That's why we
These
don't see it.
fucking stock images.
They cannot prove genetic relation to a common ancestor in the
Yes, we
past,
can.
and must resort to storytelling because they have just tossed out.
Once again, how funny is it? Resort to storytelling, kind of like a
Yeah.
book set a thing.
See the picture on the wall, Amy. They got Ken Hovind with the thing, and then I think that's the Ark Encounter behind the TV.
I'm trying that is not what doublespeak means. Doublespeak is
Well,
actually
she just speak from
war-
the New World Order. so-
war. That's right. Well, and always the New World Order. You never want the Old World Order because that one's going out of style. But that is an example of doublespeak would be war is peace. So I'm heart ya. but-
God of love.
Well, exactly. And feel free to come on.
The observable evidence. What we see are independent lines of ancestry only. And sure, they can say whatever they want about convergence in the past, but they can never prove it observationally.
Yes, actually, once again, if
We
can
can't
prove
observe
that
it.
genes randomly mutate and the environment naturally selects them. All you need to do is keep on going back in time.
What we do see and can prove is separate ancestry. Therefore, all cat species and breeds
Yeah, look at this.
have the same mtDNA.
And sunflower, I
Look
love
at how
you.
they're going back.
But what it sounds like you are saying is, I am never going to publish something. I have never added anything. I'm trying to understand here, but what you are saying is like the complaint we have about creationists. It's whataboutism. Please, if you are going to add something, if you are going to say this is why I think evolution isn't real, there has to be a reason. Like, what is the reason? And then what is the test that you can verify by other people?
But look what they're doing. Look at all these big cats, these cat species, and then
yeah,
look
they're
at this thing up
creating
at the top.
evolution. They are
Look at this thing
basically-
up at the top.
breeds should have the same mtDNA, tracing back mutations that would land on a
Look
single
at that
bottleneck.
thing. It's like a hybrid of all the. It's like a.
You see
It's
it.
like a cheetah, lion, tiger, leopard.
They have recreated evolution. They just can't admit it.
And this goes down the line. Bears, dogs, wolves. Now, if you really want to get into the details, then hold on. Because all we have to do is look at genetic similarity at the time when the bottleneck occurred. What would we expect to see if 7 million years had really passed between a split between humans and primates with what we know about the mutation rate and how fast it is? Well, evolution has a huge problem because we see far too few differences over a 7 million year old time frame.
We see extreme amounts of genetic similarity between us and the other primates. I think it's 99%.
I think their mutation rate data is skewed, and that's what they're drawing all these conclusions from is the mutation rates.
Think about it like this. Mutations are arising over 4,500 years. This has caused around 65 mutations on average in all of the chimpanzee species alive today. This is looking at the CO1 gene. And though evolutionists agree with these numbers, they reject the fast observable mutation rate for the assumed bottleneck 200,000 years ago, even without any physical evidence. They just invent their own mutation rate called the phylogenetic rate. Okay, fine. Let's say that that is true. This is easy to put to the test and show how easily it is to refute deep time evolution common ancestry. Now let's go back in time 7 million years. Okay, now we have a common ancestor with its mitochondrial DNA, especially in the CO1 gene, with no mutations.
Which they can't
Now
explain.
the human
No
line-
mutations. No.
So if over
I don't get it.
200,000
I mean,
years,
mutation is just a mistake in the copying mechanism. I do not understand what they think a mutation is.
It's the fallacy that they're thinking, oh, if you go back at some point, there will be no mutations. No. This molecule's been mutating for billions of years, this DNA molecule. There's no point where you could have no mutations.
And so, Love Brainbug says that was a cloud leopard, but I'm also going to bring up Brainbug's model here.
The
So
poof
here
leopard.
is the actual model. Which they, of course, strawmanned.
Yeah.
But it's just funny how they seem to actually end up creating evolution, because they kind of have to.
In different ways.
Yes, just a mistake. And a mistake can be a good, bad, or a benign one. I mean, that's okay. If that's your point, then welcome to believing in evolution and science. I don't know what else to say to that.
years have passed, and chimpanzees have around 65 mutations in their CO1 gene. How many would 7 million years have accumulated? Well, the math is easy. Let's help evolution and say with only 50 mutations on average every 200,000 years, then over 7 million years, we have 1,750 mutations that would have built up just in the chimpanzee line to separate the ancestry commonality between humans and them. But here's the thing. How many mutations can the CO1 gene hold before it fills up? Well,
Fills up. Fills up.
The entire mitochondria itself is 16,569, and it can tolerate up to 12,000 mutations for saturation. The same rule applies
billions
to the
of
CO1 gene.
years if they're
That's a
trying to
75%
prove their
saturation
model?
point before equilibrium. Therefore, we would land on finding 487 mutations in the CO1 gene before this saturation point is reached. Is this what we see when we look inside this gene?
But
Not at all.
why would evolution be false if it's a fact of genetics? Like if mistakes, so evolution is the mistakes in genomes. Mistakes in the genomes happen. Therefore, evolution is a fact. I'm trying to understand even your point of view and not
That's going to be difficult.
straw man it. Like, since, okay, maybe they'll come on. Maybe Bubble will come
As
on.
you can see, we were all created very similar, but with subtle differences. And not
Okay. This is God, the earth was created, evolution happened, Noah, evolution happened. I'm sorry, but come on, my dude. What if I accidentally add a little bit of sugar to a bakery that I didn't know, and then it ended up turning out great? And I'm like, wow, these kind of taste like donuts.
Or
I'm
they
sorry.
make a mistake and they put a bunch of money in your bank account that's not supposed to be there.
Mistakes don't create, they destroy. You would have to provide evidence for that.
I think it's the idea that it's a mistake. Maybe that's what's throwing them off.
Sunflower said and loved us. No offense, but do you guys think anyone cares about the duration of this video? Just open the panel, guys. Whew.
Yeah.
I don't know. We're almost at the end. We normally like.
Well, if you guys would stop sending messages, then
no.
you won't have to keep stopping it.
To make us very different. If deep time was true, genetic similarity would be exactly what evolution predicted.
We're
and we
making
would have
good
little
time.
to no
This is
similarity
the
at all,
end.
especially with how fast the mutation rate is. We should either see an identical match, going back to convergence, which is going back to the bottleneck if they wanted to prove common ancestry, or we should be
No.
extremely different than chimpanzees if deep time were true. We
No,
don't see
wait,
it.
whoa. Why? We actually see ourselves. So because we are genetically similar, that's not what evolution would predict. Okay.
Evolution tries to say that this CO1 gene mutation rate is actually slow, only 1% every million years. But the slow rate of change is based on the fossil record, as I stated earlier, and this is easily refuted when we look at how many mutations are in human beings today. Modern-day humans range anywhere from 0 to 10. Now, who has the 10? It's the Africans that have the most diversity. This is where the out-of-Africa idea even comes from. So therefore, since Africa...
I don't think that's where the idea comes from.
100,000 years ago, according to the
Yeah.
evolutionary theory,
No.
where they emerged out of this last bottleneck, then there is no possible way that the 10 max mutations that we do have did not arise at any other time than after this last bottleneck time period. So whether or not you want to believe this was 200,000 years ago time frame or just 4,500 or so, it doesn't even matter.
It doesn't even matter.
Mutation rates
Well,
in evolution have
thanks.
so
Welcome
few
to
differences
team
between humans and
many
chimps,
billions
either way
of
you look at it.
years.
So even if we're going with the slowest evolutionary mutation rate,
Sets
and
in
we
love.
find 10 mutations arising
This is
in
really what
200,000
young
years,
Earth
then it's
creationists believe.
impossible for evolution to try to explain the few differences there are between humans and chimpanzees over 7 million years.
It really
The
is
differences
amazing.
between us and them would be in the hundreds. Yet we only find there is around 65 to
Nice
75
claim.
differences. So what model best explains these differences? The young Earth creation model, where God created and designed genes to function similarly in similar created kinds. And from creation till the bottleneck,
Which
mutations
is
had arisen, causing
evolution.
diversity within the species. Then we have
Yeah.
a single lineage going into a bottleneck and coming out the other side. And that is exactly what the genetic evidence tells us, even in their very own evolutionary literature. But where does Neanderthal fit into all of this? We realize that they said Neanderthals and Denisovan are much older than this because they have more mutations, right? Well, let's go to the CO1 gene yet
I
again.
don't think that's why they say that.
Mutations, their maximum, and Denisovan 20.
I don't think they have Neanderthal,
All that high, considering they lived
a complete genome anyway, to base that on.
Yeah, Neanderthals, they may, at the time at least, were not, even though we have a stereotype of them, humans and Neanderthals lived together. We probably have some of their DNA mixed because we did the
I
naughty.
think everybody has some.
Exactly. They were also older than 6,000 years old. So Neanderthals alone,
died.
Neanderthals existing disproves young Earth creationism.
Well, they're just gonna say they're not really they're Homo sapiens. They're just deformed humans or whatever.
Yeah, because inbreeding makes multiple times in history makes total sense. Adam and Eve, the flood, that works well for genetic diversity. I know, right, Brian?
in small populations of around 20 people and were isolated and inbreeding people for around 800 years. This actually falls perfectly into what our model says and should expect to find in them. Why would we say that? Well, look at chimpanzees. They're the perfect example of this, since they
Yeah,
never
they
went
kinda
extinct,
look
and
like
today they have
us.
around 65 to 75 mutations on average. So everything in our model lines up perfectly. They were mutating at the same rate. So it's easy. If you had tested a chimpanzee 800 years after the flood, they would have been mutating at almost the exact same rate as the people we call Neanderthal, which would have had around 15 to 20 mutations at that point. We know that Denisovan, Neanderthal, and modern-day man all met one another and interacted. Therefore, that immediately rules out interacting with them before a bottleneck, because according to evolution, modern humans didn't even exist to interact with. Therefore, we have the smoking gun refuting evolution.
That's
and all
not.
of these people were just living together at the same time, and mutation rates show us that there is no possible way that they could have lived before the bottleneck, since they were
What?
all on the same side of the bottleneck together, and mutations all line up and take us right back to the same bottleneck together. Now we know that the high
No,
amount
actually, there were multiple bottlenecks throughout history. In
Yeah.
fact, you're just basically going to the most recent one and being like, well, look at the Ice Age. Life had to have started the Ice Age. No. Life was actually, in fact, to have an Ice Age, you actually have to have a warmer time before. No, it makes sense. What's up, Senator Kato? We're having fun. In fact,
Hey,
we are
Kato.
finishing up the video, about to head into the open mic. I'll be sending the link in the chat soon.
Mutation accumulation that we see in us and them had to all take place after the bottleneck. And this fits perfectly with what we've been saying all along, based on what we know about isolation, divergence,
Ken Ham there.
Ken
yeah.
Ham holding, replacing Darwin.
and population size. So the genetic boundary already existed at the bottleneck. It is the boundary of the genetic differences that separate different kinds. This boundary cannot be bridged by just assuming and using imagination to bridge these gaps and go back in time before a bottleneck.
These people believe in talking snakes. I mean, come on.
And notice, they never present their own model. Never, never, never.
Because they know it would be torn apart immediately.
This is a common ancestor splitting into different animal families.
Yeah, look how
The
crazy
split
that
between humans and
was.
chimps happened.
Oh man, of course. They're like, evolution is a fact.
Well, hey, if you could disprove it wrong, do it. Submit the paper. Question it all you want. Just when you can't prove it wrong, don't say you did.
Exactly.
It's fine, but it's faith-based and without evidence.
Oh,
As I stated earlier,
it's
that
faith-based.
if it were true,
I always
there would
love
be
when
far
they take
more
pot
different
shots. Remember, folks, you don't want to believe things on faith. You heard it from Standing for Truth channel himself.
That's the tu quo que fallacy. The you guys do it too. You guys do faith too.
if this split actually happened in the deep past. We just don't see that. Nor do we see this convergence in the deep past with any of these so-called splits. Take myocytes, for example, which supposedly split into dogs, bears, cats, mongoose, skunks, otters, badgers, raccoons, hyenas, weasels, polecats, and even aquatic walruses and seals. The genetic convergence doesn't exist for any of these.
No,
there is no
dotted
evidence
lines
for it,
is
and there's
not
never...
zero evidence. Literally, you have to draw. I've done this before. You just, these lines are for lay people. I hate to say they're for idiots, but they are for people who don't understand the diagram. So we are drawing the map of lineages in the geological columns.
But it's also not. It's also really hard to. You're looking at more of a progression, a diversification, not a direct one species splitting off. It's not quite as simple as that, and so these are imperfect charts that are trying to convey complicated information in a consumable way.
will be. Do not be deceived.
Yeah, no transitional forms except the thousands that we have.
All animals, plants, everything alive right now is a transitional form. Every fossil is a transitional fossil.
Even if this evolutionary scenario of common ancestry was true, there would be no way of proving it, since there is no possible way to connect ancestry to anything past a bottleneck event.
Probably quoting someone who believes in evolution, but once again,
most likely,
nice
that's all they
young
do.
Book.
And even they were forced to admit that a global bottleneck genetic reset had to have occurred. So they
are all animals of the same age? She's like, oh, it concedes almost perfectly. In analysis, barcodes across 100,000 species. Oh, here we go. Okay, I think there was one last thing I wanted to talk about, and it was barcodes. Someone that he really misquoted, so we're getting to that.
They're stuck ever being able to prove common ancestry because of it. So they had to save their dying theory by
fucking
something else that also
photos.
theory. That's evolution for you. So, what has genetic testing using DNA barcoding exposed in the last 5 years? Well, it has validated the young Earth creation position of
totally
with genetic boundaries that should not exist if evolution was true. It also confirms scripture, which states that a global bottleneck
genetic boundaries where?
Oh, so you mean a Canadian biologist who discovered DNA barcoding and actually supports evolution? Is that who we're talking about? Okay, just making sure. Continue.
Aquatic life on Earth. Evolution never predicted this, and originally stated it did not happen. When the undeniable genetic evidence finally confirmed that it did, they went looking in their own made-up fossil record created
Made
by
up fossil record.
and they found nothing. The absence of transitional fossils that should be everywhere in the fossil record, if it
They
was
are.
true, is another telltale sign that the story is
Oh.
based on imagination and lies. We see fast mutation rates, low genetic diversity, independent lines of ancestry with genetic boundaries, and
Genetic boundaries where?
More. I just want to show he used this as a paper. What is evolution? He used from your genome, which will explain to you that it's from genetic variation in the environment playing on it and coming through offspring. So he is literally quoting an article that tries its best. I like using moth experiments to explain, but you can check out the URL. Once again, he's using a source that does not agree with his own. And then once again, moving forward, here is the one that says the 90% of Earth's animals appeared at the same time. Of course, they found out that 9 out of 10 animals on the planet came to be at the same time as humans did some time ago, 100,000 to 200,000 years ago. Once again, him quoting it out of context.
Yep.
And of course, just the fact that they are
Quote mining.
using Paul Herbert and the father of DNA barcoding, someone who most definitely believes in evolution, as an example and a finisher to why you should not believe in evolution. So I just wanted to put those out there. If you'd like to do further reading on those articles or what he's using, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. We can gish stroll.
Biological evidence of a global bottleneck inside of all life on Earth. All of this only points to one conclusion: the young Earth creation biblical model of ancestry. There's no way around
The
it.
book said a thing, ladies
So the
and
case for
gentlemen,
independent
right
origins
there.
versus common ancestry is really a dead issue. The sad part is that people think evolution is science, and it's not. It's anti-science because it doesn't allow complete proof. It is also unfalsifiable.
Anything that he's ever tried to, they try and pull that shit from pandas and people when they try and cite creationist sources. So it's either from a book, once again, cutting edge books from the 1970s or whenever pandas and people came out. And then, of course, doing mental gymnastics and quote mining from actual scientists.
Of course, you can observe, test, repeat, and falsify evolution. You could do any of them. It's never been done because it's true.
Yeah. But I'm also going to be getting the link ready because we're coming up to the last few minutes of the video. So, theists, atheists, whoever you are, now is the time to join us and tell us how much wisdom we've been getting, because we have been skeptic and ranting on the ultimate confirmation of separate ancestry. And we want to give a special thank you to Dr. Dan, Creation Myths, for joining us.
Creationist myth.
Yeah, exactly.
We're watching Creationist myth.
Oh,
It also doesn't make predictions, even on mutations, which the theory is based on. And it can't even predict what anything is going to evolve into because the theory is so plastic.
No, actually,
anything.
It is pretty good at predictions. It can show you specific layers where we think that different, like the fish, lizard, where different geological layers would actually expect them. So it's not like we find something very complex in a very old layer. Never happened.
Like where Darwin predicted that we would find an ancient bird-like ancestor that had where the fingers inside the wing were not fused together, and then we found Archaeopteryx, which was exactly that.
Thing can happen. The only reason it hangs on is because it's protected by law.
Always love these slides from 1998.
One side of a horrible argument, the side that is nothing but a made-up lie invented for an agenda.
Lyle said his goal was to free the science from Moses. Wow, 1881 from John Murray. Okie
Charles-
dokie. Moses didn't exist.
Yeah.
that tells them that they are related to the
They
very
hate
strawberry.
Charles Lyell.
related to a
Imagine
strawberry?
that.
There's a reason intelligent design isn't taught in our learning institutions. The legal
Because
staff
it's
at
not
the
bullshit.
Freedom
science.
Foundation, a church-state watchdog group, has
Freedom
had
from
remarkable
Religion
success in convincing many
Foundation.
institutions, such as school boards and town councils, that they are breaking constitutional law when they sponsor sectarian activities. That includes intelligent design.
Send in shout out
When
to
the
them.
authorities can't be convinced, Freedom from Religion Foundation
Is
serves,
awesome.
and it wins more
Hells
often than not.
yeah. Look at
If
that.
you want your kids
Ah.
to learn real
I feel like we should almost just end it on there. Can we just end it on a happy note? I am going to send it because they're going into infomercial mode. We're going to send the link in there. We want everyone, whether you are atheist, theist, liberal, conservative, to say what you want. We will give you your opening statement before we go into open conversations. So please, come one, come all. Tell us.
But behave yourselves.
That's right. Well, we only believe in one God. That is the TOS God, because it's a physical thing. And so we're sending love out there. But as far as supernatural gods and deities, can't find that.
science and want to get young Earth creation taught at your local school, then look no further than curriculum.
Oh, Jesus. It is an infomercial. All right. They had their thing. Standing for Truth will send out if you want to go check out the full video and all of this. But I think we're about to move into the open mic.
So just to sum up, so even if you watch this and you have no idea what they're talking about, even if all the genetics goes right over your head and you don't even understand any of it, why, when you have something like this, see, watch this, why are you able to just do that, hand wave this entire argument away? Because, and this is why they love talking about one issue at a time, one topic at a time, people. We only talk about one topic. And that's because the support for evolution is the strength of it, is that it's supported by many different lines of evidence, all pointing to the same factor.
Many convergent lines of evidence.
Right. Now, they can take one of those and come up with an ad hoc explanation and, kind of make it sound reasonable. But when you have to go to every field of science and come up with workaround and explanations and all these mental gymnastics you have to do in terms of geology, biology, history, anthropology, all these different fields of science that you have to either completely invalidate or butcher to the point where they're unrecognizable. No, this is so there's two options here. All these fields of science are wrong or need to be completely shelved or massively updated. They're all wrong. They don't know what they're talking about, or they're misinterpreting or misapplying the data. I think that's obviously the much more rational conclusion. Geologists know what they're talking about. Biologists know what they're talking about. If you don't think that they do, prove them wrong. But
actually get in the lab and actually present data.
Yeah. Thanks, guys.
And all right, we are about to move into the open mic. I do want to remind everyone to please keep silent while someone else is doing their intro, because we will be moving into the open conversation, but we want to give you a chance to say whatever you want on the subject. We are Skeptic and Ranting. We are talking about the ultimate confirmation of separate ancestry. Are you ready for the fun, James?
Let's do it.
Our body's ready. All right, we are going into the open mic. Woohoo! What's up, Soldier of Science? We are Skeptic and Ranting once again on the ultimate confirmation of separate ancestry. Hope you're doing well. And what are your thoughts?
So I thought first, Dr. Dan was a freaking awesome guest. I mean, that was incredible to watch. And I think he made a couple of great points. I think that most modern debates about evolution and religion, that even the debater that is for evolution doesn't really bring up the genome factor and DNA and genetics. They don't really bring that up enough. And I think the people that are for creation really tend to bring it back to Darwin's, time. And so I thought that was great that Dan kind of brought that up. And it's also amazing to me that creationists, they can believe in a microevolution of species that happened over like 6,000 years to get animals that we have today, while totally denying, macroevolution over billions of years. And then finally, I want to ask both of you, do you think that from an apologist point of view in religion and being able to have a stream, do you think it's easier to defend creationism than it is to defend a Christian who believes in evolution? Because to me, I think it's easier for a Christian who believes in evolution, to switch, in my opinion.
I would say, and in a second we'll go back into getting people, but I think that I would rather have them on team science. I would rather have a theist, a Christian who believes in the Big Bang, evolution, the Earth's getting warmer, all of that stuff, than a Kent Hovind or a young Earth creationist. I will say, and I'm not sure if he really believes it, maybe he does, but at least they are actually saying what they believe. So I like them a notch over the presuppositionalists, who I believe doesn't even talk about their beliefs at all. They won't tell you if they're young Earth, old Earth, whatever. And so I guess the closer you are to team science, the better it is. In some ways, the more annoying it can be to take down your version of theism. But I'll take that over you destroying our school system. What do you think, James?
Now, they may not be as, I think the young earthers, at least they're very theologically consistent, because at least they're adhering to the theology, the principles of the religion, whereas a lot of times the more metaphorical, the very liberal theists, they're, like I've said, they take their superstition with a side of reality, which is fine, but I wish they would just come the rest of the way over.
Wish they would. Yeah.
They, but I get it. It's hard for a lot of people to give up completely on God. They want to just hold on to that hope, and maybe he's really real, even if the book isn't really completely true, even if science is right, still doesn't disprove God. And what do I have to lose? Whatever. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for that.
Thank you so very much, Soldier of Science. Stick around for the open conversation, but we are getting this. I feel like I'm still allocated another few times, so the spice is real.
You're getting close.
And he who controls the spice controls the universe. But Sunflower, we are skeptic and ranting. In fact, we are talking about the ultimate confirmation of separate ancestry. Hope you're doing good. And what are your thoughts about the subject or anything we talk about tonight?
I'm doing great. Thank you so much, Amy. Thank you, James. Thanks for
Welcome
having
back.
me on. Thank you. Yeah, I thank you for letting me in, despite the fact that I know I have a tendency of kind of making, at the very least, annoying comments. Although I do have, I'm well intentioned, although it maybe doesn't come across that way at times. So I do appreciate you guys let me on. Now, with that said, I could reiterate a closing statement I think I made once on this channel, just to try to be brief. The notion of inconvenient truths, or the possibility for inconvenient truths within the naturalistic evolutionary framework, in my opinion, is not only inevitable, but it's inevitably catastrophic. And what I mean by that is when you're willing to, well, when your model is, a purely naturalistic evolutionary model, it seems like at some point you might find problematic truths about differences in either sexes, genders, races, geographic regions, something along this line. It seems inevitable that there will be at least one, sort of crack in the armor of the modern progressive idea of just complete, egalitarian equality and whatnot. Not that it would necessarily depict an ought, but it would be catastrophic if it got in the hands of the wrong people and they were able to sort of leverage this scientific truth against other people. I think that's more or less inevitable. Whether or not the data shows that, I think that actually, surprisingly, the data doesn't show that. And it's miraculous, in my opinion, via God, that despite this landscape that's painted by the naturalistic evolutionary atheists, it really does seem like they're more or less, when you actually consider all factors, we really are all equal, all created in the image of God. Now, with that said, I don't know how, if we keep digging, becoming increasingly granular in our approach to genetics and whatnot, I'm concerned. I'm concerned because if in a world where people don't have faith in God and they get a hold of some kind of minute potential piece of information, I think that could result in just absolute chaotic genocidal destruction. So my real question is, how are you guys prepared for that potential piece of information that may come out? And what is the utility of even doubling down on this, purely, like in a case where it's clearly all the holes aren't even solved, like especially when you consider abiogenesis, it's not like there's a perfect picture, and yet there's this sort of very, very strictly adherent position, this naturalistic position. How do you guys prepare for a potentially inconvenient and ultimately catastrophic truth? And I'll stop on that.
Hey, Amy and James, before you answer that, can I ask this fine gentleman one thing? If you're saying that man was created in the image of God, and you also believe in evolution, at what point in evolution is God's image?
With all due respect, I honestly don't understand your question. I'm not trying to be a
Okay. So if you believe in evolution, and
I would say let's just get to. We only have 2 more people to get in, and then we're going to open conversation.
What would you say, Amy, about the inconvenient truths? That what if we find something?
Yeah. So about uncomfortable truths, I would say that Oz just did a fantastic podcast. Shout out to Tang Gang. Basically, feeling comfortable about the uncomfortable. And so I would almost lean into it in that there's going to be always things that we make us feel uncomfortable. I think we need to figure out how to accept them and then figure out the best route for everybody. So if there is...
You said that to the Nazis or the slave owners in America, do you think that they would have been like, oh, I never thought about it like that? Well,
no,
problem solved.
No, but
okay, well then.
I don't think that, the Nazis were we hit Godwin's law. Yes.
Yeah, we made it.
When it comes to things like that, you need to actually protect civilians and people. And I wouldn't have done appeasement. I'm very much against that, but I don't think that you also need to kill people.
You're talking about politics and morality.
Yeah,
that's almost really something that's...
But I would say...
Yeah. Absolutely apropos. I'm asking.
Just to finish that on uncomfortable truths.
Okay.
I think that for the vast majority, we are equal in every way that matters. So there's always going to be the extremes. That's why no one on this panel is on the Olympics. And so, but generally speaking, all humans, we
Doesn't mean
we
one is
eat,
better,
we go to
objectively
the
better.
bathroom, we have to sleep, we have to mate. Yeah. And so we can generally, I think, find, I always find we should celebrate any sort of differences in a positive way. The positive way, I always say that in America, in ethnicity often becomes just another flavor in the food court.
Well, listen,
I
Amy,
kind of love that.
with all you're saying, we should all hold hands and sing "Imagine" by John Lennon together. The problem is,
Can I
I'm sorry,
ask what
the
yours-
genocides that have happened throughout the planet across human history betray everything. You're saying, oh, well, what if we just all get along? Why can't we all just get along? Yeah, I'm sorry. Doesn't seem like that.
I'm okay. So let's try
it's a
answer
very
your own question.
ridiculous argument.
What should we? It's not a ridiculous argument because you're basically saying what should we do with it, and I'm trying to say accept it in a healthy way. What do you think we should do with the uncomfortable truths? And
very clearly, I'll make it. I thought you'd never ask. We should embrace God, the fact that we were created in God's image, and that despite slight differences that we might find, this will never be a reason to justify any sort of transgression against our fellow man. Bottom line, point blank, period. Once you understand, and by the way, I understand this, and I'm the most anti-racist person you might ever meet. Once you understand this, it becomes very easy to conceive of a world where there is actually peace between races, genders, sexes, because we know that humans are.
Can I interrupt you? So
God,
you would have told
period.
Can I interrupt you, please? So
Okay,
you would have told Hitler to be a theist, and you think that would have solved it?
I would say he would have to genuinely believe in God. Yeah, not just like masquerade.
And so, since Hitler did generally believe in God, he
You're
was
not
a
mind reader.
theist.
You're not a mind reader. You're not a mind reader.
I mean, there's no evidence that he was ever. Almost all the evidence
that comes down to
that
personal
he was a pagan,
conviction.
and that he may have
I'm
been
not
a
saying
Christian.
he wasn't like publicly a theist. I'm saying that ultimately one must actually be convicted in their belief in God, right? Yeah, of course, some people at times lie about all kinds of things for various reasons.
But basically, you're just saying he did those things because he wasn't convinced that he in God. But I feel like I'll take my rainbows and holding hands over telling them they'll believe in God because we have evidence that doesn't work.
I mean, there are secular countries all over the world.
No, we have
things
evidence
are fine.
I love you.
We have evidence that it does work. Everywhere Christianity pervades, there's been more charity and less war and harm than anywhere else.
I wouldn't say less war, but I would say in charity that
it really is less war. I mean, when's the last time there was a Christian war waged? It's been a while.
I mean, I would say a Christian war.
It's been a while, yeah.
I would say that's because historically there have been many religious wars by Christianity.
Christians killing each other.
The Israeli-Palestinian conflict is still going on. So somehow Christianity sort of evaded that one. Look, listen, I'm here to say I strongly believe, of course, belief in the Christian God and the Bible. It gives clear results of peace and charity and community. Now, if you want to argue against that, I guess you can, but I think it's pretty much abundantly clear that that's the case.
But you're arguing that for utility, but whether it's true or not, you're saying it has benefit, but maybe it did in the past. Maybe there was at one point a reason for it or a benefit from it, but I don't see why going forward we cling to this superstition.
And Sunflower, I'll let you have the final word on your intro because I just want to get
by all means.
Peter and Bert in. No, you're doing good. We love our theists when they join.
Thank you, I appreciate it a lot.
But if you want to say one more thing, and then we'll move on.
Yeah. So my last thing would be like what James just said. Actually, I think it started out he was making one point and then kind of changed. The first thing he said was like whether or not it has utility. Does that mean it's true? And then I think he kind of changed it to like, do we still need it? Well, yeah. My question is, why do you think there's utility in what you regard as truth? Especially perceptively impaired. You know, think about like the book, like the Flatland, right? You remember, like we all know about Flatland, where like there's these sort of two-dimensional creatures that don't see what they're doing, right? So it's like if we're operating within a kind of flatland, then the idea that we have to just you know, use our what we can perceive or measure as true as the ultimate authority, not only is it potentially harmful, it's potentially not even the full picture. So this is where it's become abundantly clear to me that people that do this are doing this as a last resort to kind of, it's like a last ditch effort. Like, okay, I couldn't compete in any other aspect of my life, but you know what I can do? I can prove theists wrong on the internet. I can make them feel stupid. And that's what I think it is. So on to the next one. Thank you for having me.
To be continued in the open conversation. Yeah. Thank you so very much, Sunflower. What we're going to do is I'm going to get Peter and then Bird in, and then I will, in the middle of some conversation or in between, I'm also going to get Beamsy's links because I know he has some stuff at least to share about the subject. But thank you so very much, Sunflower.
If you love what you're doing, you never work a day in your life, Sunflower.
That's right. And I think I can't help it. I think that we are doing the right thing. I think we're honestly doing a good thing, something better for society. But we'll get to that in the maybe in the conversation. Peter, we are skeptic and ranting. We're actually talking about the ultimate confirmation of separate ancestry. What are your thoughts about the subject or anything we've been talking about tonight?
So there are a few things that I would like to address, and I have to correct Soldier of Science there, because the guy whose video you showed just now is actually accepting macroevolution, because macroevolution is above and beyond species level. So if the silly story of the Ark were to be true, then we've had massive macroevolution on an exceptional scale across the planet. So yeah, evolution isn't real until I tell my Ark story and tell you where all the animals came from, because there was one of every kind. Yeah, sorry. And then as for Sunflower, I missed your apology about whining in the chat to be let in, because apparently your narcissism was showing again. I have one question for you.
We love all our theist brothers and sisters.
Yeah, we do. We do. We do. Peter. We do. We chastise them in good atheist love. All that's all that is. But yeah, so you advocated that we should worship the Christian God, and you said you're not a racist, but we should accept the guy who advocates and commands slavery.
That's absolutely wrong, and that's facile.
I'll have no. Hold on. Well, Amy said no interruptions of the intros.
You are such a.
And I criticize someone interrupting your intro, so do not interrupt my intro. You can have your time when it's your time. That's how this show works. Amy's rules, and we have to abide by them. So, yeah, before I was rudely interrupted, which is one of the favorite things that the most vocal and obnoxious theists might want to do. Yeah, that whole video, that was bullshit. We do see common ancestry. We do see things in our genomes that would lead us to believe that we share a common ancestor. We do see commonality across species, and we can track that. Just the way we can track it that if you're having a dispute with your wife, whether or not your child is yours, you can do a DNA test. We can establish whether or not it's your child. We could even do that by just having the DNA of the grandparents or the great-grandparents, because that's how it works. We can track all of that. And if you haven't brushed up on your science, that's not our fault. Check out what we can find out. And another thing that I wanted to address, the the stupidity in the video, because we see more of this in the African genome. That's where the out of Africa idea came from. No, that came from the fact that we've got fossils and
The
we can
fossil
track
record,
down
yeah.
evolution all through the fossil record, which is apparently a thing, because a fossil record is a database of fossils that we found. We take notes where they are found, in which layer they are found, what the dating says about the specific layer they are found. That is a record, much like a criminal record that we have, and that I won't say a specific name. James might be familiar with the guy that I'm talking about.
A little bit.
If the fossil record doesn't exist, the criminal record doesn't exist. So a $500 million lawsuit against the United States and all governing bodies. That's just ridiculous. Just saying.
Thank you so very much, Peter.
Since this is midnight ranting, that would conclude my rant. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so very much, and sending love to Peter and his channel, Gonna Go For It, as well as Atheist Jr. and Aaron Raw. Both of those channels have awesome
badass channels.
non-believers. Go check it out. And I'm about to get on Bird and Beamsy. I just want to send out love to Will Stewart. Woohoo!
Hey, Will.
THFC Rand sending so much love. And that's right. We are climbing. Almost there. It has been so much fun. And I just want to thank and send love to everybody in chat, all of our mods, and of course, viewers like you guys make this all possible.
And we've been missing Will. Will was always a good guest. So Will, get your ass in gear, get back up here.
That's right. Sending love. Always welcome in between I always want to say foosball, but that is an actual sport or an actual thing. But we're sending love. And all right, we got Bird, then Beamsy, and Open Conversation. The Vegetarian Bird, the original, right after Noah's Ark. I can't believe it happened. I hope you're doing good. We're Skeptic and Ranting on the ultimate confirmation of separate ancestry. What are your thoughts?
Well, thank you, everybody. Interesting conversation thus far, and I'm just looking to get into it. So that's all I got to say in my opening.
And thank you so very much, Bird. Fantastic to have you with us. And
Thanks, Bird.
all right,
Hey,
I think we convinced Beamsy. It is lovely to have you with us. We are Skeptic and Ranting on the ultimate confirmation of separate ancestry. And I think we bubbled up some thoughts or feelings on the subject because you wanted to share some information.
Yeah, it was a matter of a quid pro quo. I was trying to not join in because I've been in the last two, so I was trying to let other people join in.
It happens.
Yes. The aspect of the points of view comes from the aspect of where you start from. From a scientific point of view, the interest comes more of where the similarities are rather than the differences. So from a basis like that, you would actually look and see an individual aspect of what is more in common with others than what you would see as difference. It's normally when you bring in other beliefs or other viewpoints is when you start getting bigotry, violence, and hatred. So the aspects of saying that you need to bring in one way of thinking rather than a point of view is very much a malformed. So I would like you to try and explain that if you can when it gets to the open part.
Woohoo! Which
Thank you,
is
Beamsy.
actually right now. Thank you so very much, Beamsy. We are now going to go into the open conversation. Da 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 da. This is my version of jazz hands.
Jazz hands.
But I'm sending love. We are Skeptic and Ranting on the ultimate confirmation of separate ancestry. The floor is I see. You had to make me do it. Shane
Oh.
Billowitz, we are
There he is.
moving
What's
into
up,
open
Shane?
conversation, but that's okay. You could be the first one to join us in doing so. How are you doing tonight? We are Skeptic and Ranting on the ultimate confirmation of separate ancestry.
Slapping the bass.
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me. Really quickly,
Lovely to have you here.
Oh, thanks. I think I have a little bit of a lag going on.
Yeah, you
but
do.
anyway, the one thing I wanted to mention in the video was that he even said himself that he was assuming that all mutations happen at the same exact time, at the same exact rate, in the same exact way.
Indeed.
And that's just not the case.
Yeah, he was basically doing a lot of not only gymnastics, but, just breaking a sweat and quote mining, really, from people who disagree with him. But
Absolutely.
But yeah, I will say thank you so very much, Shane, for joining us. In fact, welcome the entire panel. We are Skeptic and Ranting on the ultimate confirmation of separate ancestry. I'll get those links in chat in a minute or so, Beamsy, but it did seem like you and Sunflower had a question, or if Sunflower wanted to address the panel again, or vice versa.
I have tons of questions.
Not that he is against the panel. I mean, as someone on the panel, if he would love to address any of the questions.
Well, I don't think that my look. I take issue with the idea. Whoever this guy with the bald eagle, I think his name is Peter. I don't even really know at this point.
Yes, you do. You know who that is.
The idea that Christianity.
That is me.
Okay.
You can refer to me as your God, or it's just Peter.
Right. I'll refer to you as the loser with the eagle in his picture. So the idea that the Bible commands slavery is just outright a lie, which is weird because there are aspects
Numbers 31.
There are aspects of the Bible
Numbers 31
that are problematic, but
numbers
look
31.
around you in the world. Look around you in the world today. Okay, look at Christian people and Christian nations.
Numbers
are these
31
that are commanding slavery.
Sunflower, are you deaf? Numbers 31.
So right. Okay.
Okay. What does Numbers 31 say?
Yeah.
What does it say?
Do you really think
what does Numbers 31 say?
No, because what you're doing is not only disingenuous, it's harmful. And it's
what does Numbers 31 say?
Why don't you tell us? How about that?
Oh, you're the Bible believing Christian. Are you saying you don't know your Bible? Just curious. If you don't know, I mean, it's good to say I'm a Christian, but I don't know what the Bible says.
Is that Old Testament or New Testament?
Numbers?
It's in Numbers.
Are you serious?
I think it's a rhetorical question. I
You
think
tell me.
okay.
Yeah.
Old Testament or New Testament?
Well, let's say it's in the part that Jesus refers to. It's in the part that Jesus refers to.
Now I'm going to press you. Is that
during his entire life? The only part that was available to Jesus during his life. That's where it is.
What? No, is that Old Testament or New Testament?
So what
Numbers?
Oh, so you don't know when Jesus? Oh,
I know.
I'm not going to. So the New Testament is after Jesus died. That's when we got the New Testament.
I'm not going to play into your silly game. Answer: is it old? Why won't you answer that? It's pretty simple.
You're the Bible believing Christian. You should know where Numbers is.
I know the answer. I'm asking you.
I'm trying to explain to you that if I say it's in the part that was only available to Jesus
to everyone listening
back in the day, then you should conclude from that would be the Old Testament.
It's obfuscation. So what he's referring to is
No,
the Old Testament.
it's just testing your knowledge, but
So
you
what
keep
he's
falling for
referring
it.
to is the Old Testament. You could find thousands, if not millions, of people smarter and more familiar with the Christianity than me that make a clear distinction between sort of what's considered like the Old Covenant and the New Covenant. So if listen,
those would be the idiots that reject Christ and follow Paul instead. But
all I'm trying
let's get back to my question. What does Numbers 31 say?
All I'm trying to do is match your energy, man. So you can.
All I'm trying to do is point out that you are so stupid that you think that I'm talking about a law, and I am not. So this isn't part of the new covenant. We're talking about a direct. We're talking about a direct command from God.
You can ask,
and you seem to be not intelligent enough to figure out what Numbers 31 says and what God commanded.
So, Christians around the world are familiar with Numbers 31, and
what does it say?
Wow, it's almost like
you're familiar. What does
almost
it
like
say?
all these Christians that are familiar with this verse are not commanding slavery. I wonder why.
Can I?
Christians aren't. Did I make the claim that the Christians command slavery? I said
the largest religion on earth is not only aware of this verse, but they simultaneously do not believe they are under the covenant of the Old Testament.
It has nothing to do with the covenant. It's a command from your God. It's a command from your God to the people.
You're a silly old man. You're a silly old man.
What did Shane want to say? I think Shane wanted to get in. What do you want to say, Shane?
So, thanks. Ephesians is in the New Testament, right? I mean, you'd agree with that? That Ephesians is in the New Testament?
Everybody knows.
Are you familiar with what Ephesians 6:5 says?
I'm not interested in these games. Just make your point, and I'll address it.
You're playing games, Sunflower.
Yeah.
As
always, trying to.
So Ephesians. So Ephesians. Wait, hold on.
Ephesians. Yeah.
Hold on. Ephesians 6:5 says. Ephesians 6:5. Slaves, obey your earthly masters with respect and fear, and with sincerity of heart, just as you would obey Christ.
Does that command slavery?
Yes.
Or no? No. Wait. Listen to my question carefully. Does that verse command that
slaves
in all honesty,
masters?
Does that verse command slavery? Yes or no?
Wait, we're talking about. We're not even talking about this. What are we doing here?
Does that?
I'll help Sunflower out. It commands slaves to obey. It commands slaves to obey.
No. You're being slippery.
Let me see if I can.
What does this have to do
with
evolution?
Shane?
Hold on. Let me try and see if I can figure out what the issue is. If we said something instead of saying that the Bible commands slavery, if we said the Bible condones and accepts and regulates slavery,
night and day.
Would you be okay
night
with that
and day.
statement?
Yeah. That's night and day, and
So
I would
the
entertain
difference
that. The problem, that's night and day, and I would entertain that because that's at least.
And I'm sticking with my claim that God commanded slavery in Numbers 31, which is why Sunflower doesn't want to read out what Numbers 31 says because he doesn't want to know. He doesn't want to know.
Well, it is 24 verses to be fair. No one's going to memorize.
Let me speak to them. I'm sorry,
I can narrow it down if he's not familiar with the Bible. I can narrow it down.
Can I address the guy that asked me the question? Give him some respect.
I asked you the question you have yet to address.
No,
he's not gonna address it, Peter. He's not.
What does Numbers 31 say?
I was asked a question. I'm trying to answer the person that asked me the question.
And before that, you were asked the question what Numbers 31 says.
Well, just so everyone hears,
you found it yet?
Numbers 31 is Old Testament. What do you not understand about that?
Numbers 31:18. What does it say?
You're unbelievable. I mean, no one was going to watch.
I'm talking about your God directly commanding people to take slaves, and not just slaves. I'm talking about child sex slaves. Numbers 31, verse 18. Your God commanding the troops who were following Moses to take child sex slaves. Now,
All right.
address it, or
Take your
at
medicine.
least acknowledge that your God commands slavery.
Yes, time to take your medicine.
Either one.
Yeah, Peter. Okay.
Either one.
Peter, are you aware of the fact that Christians eat pork and Jews don't?
What the fuck
Why
does
do you
that have
think
to do
that
with
is?
anything?
Wait,
What
Peter,
the fuck has that
I
to
will
do
expl-
with
I
a
can explain
direct
it.
command
Look,
from your God to take
my God.
slaves?
Peter, I'm asking you, are you aware of the fact that Christians all eat pork and Jews don't?
Who
I'm aware of the
cares?
fact that people who call themselves Christians are in fact Paulinians, and therefore they eat pork. I realize that.
Oh, so you're just playing a semantic game then?
Oh my
No,
God.
no.
You're just playing
I'm
a
talking.
semantic game, dude.
No.
All you
When
have to do-
I read the Bible, and Jesus says you keep the commandments until heaven and earth pass, and I look outside and I can still see heaven and earth, so they haven't passed yet. So in order to obey Jesus, you follow the commands, but you can also follow Paul, who said it's not necessary because there's a new covenant.
Fine. No, this is fine.
That whole thing, the whole new covenant thing, is Paul's idea, not Jesus.
Okay, great.
So don't pretend that you're a Christian. You're a Paulinian.
Wait, what is it? Well, it sounds like you're just redefining Christianity as Paulinianism.
How
Like,
does
I'm
any
not.
of this have to do with
wait a
evolution?
second, then
for
what
fuck's
is it?
sake?
Like, what?
Yeah, we're off on a tangent. but-
No. Hey, wait, don't please let me respond. Please let me respond.
No, please.
I'll accept Sunflower's defeat, and we can drop the subject.
Please let me. No, I'm not. Absolutely not. You have to let me respond to that.
Well, actually, what's
No, you have to let me
so,
respond to this.
Sunflower,
Don't
I'll let
go
you
on a-
respond.
on a rant and then not let me respond to
Guys,
that.
I just
Let
want
it go.
clean.
Guys.
No, I'm not letting that go. No, this
you
is
don't
ridiculous.
have to let that go. I just want to. I will. So, Sunflower, you can have the final say on the topic, but then when you're done, please say, I am done, because then Mr. Deluxe would like to come in, and then he says he has a question on the issue.
No,
Okay,
we
fine,
don't
fair
need
enough.
slavery. It's about evolution. Oh
Fair
my
enough. So the
God.
reason why this is so absurd is because I would be willing. I would, if he would just have said that, I'd be like, okay, then let's just reframe what I'm advocating for as Paulinianism, as like being a Paulinian. Done. Like, but the way Peter talks.
Okay, great.
Wait, you have to let me finish. Let me finish.
Oh my God.
The way Peter
said
talks.
done. You said done.
I'm going to talk slowly, and I'm going to present my ideas in a
It might be more in line with your brain if you talk
an
slowly.
iambic pentameter in which they seem more hard hitting than they are.
Okay,
No,
this
I would
isn't
have read
funny.
if you
You're
just
not
talked to
being
me like a
cute.
human
Stop.
being,
This
I
is
would have said
stupid.
fine. And by that definition, let's
really
go with Paulinian. And let's just go with Paulinian, being a Paulinian, and that's what's good. So then now what's your argument? Yeah,
Oh my
but
God.
you had to spend a fucking hour going on this stupid rant to try to make some point that doesn't even oppose what I'm saying. So there you go. I'm done.
Accept
And you
your
look like
defeat.
a fucking
Great.
idiot. There you
Great.
go.
I
Thank
accept
you.
your defeat.
Sending love to our entire panel. We are going
And then
to
we're going
add
to
on
close the book
Mr.
on
Deluxe.
slavery.
Exactly.
Jesus Christ.
Well, it sounds like they have a question, and a question normally turns an answer. So I'll let them have both of those. But then after that, they are factually true. We're going to go back to not only evolution, but the ultimate confirmation of separate ancestry. Mr. Deluxe, I welcome you to the panel. We are Skeptic and Ranting. Like I said, on the ultimate confirmation of separate ancestry. What are your thoughts about the topic or anything that we've been talking about tonight?
Thank you very much for the hospitality. I'm not really strong. My strong point is not science. I could engage a little, but I wanted to, because I heard somebody talk about so-called slavery in the Bible. That's my area of expertise.
Not so-called, but go ahead.
Yeah, so-called. So I want you, the word in Hebrew for slave, as you like to use it as, is abed, which means servant or slave. So I would like to challenge you before I provide my case on why it means servant. I would like you to, first of all, to explain to me why you're saying it means slave in the context of when it refers to the commandments of God. So why?
We're gonna freeze. I know everyone's gonna jump. We want so of the skeptics, the non-believers, we want one person who wants to go.
I can explain that really quick.
One thing.
I can explain that really quick.
Sure.
So in the Bible,
I would like the one who is arguing.
Hold on. In the Bible, it says you can beat your slave as long as he doesn't die,
Okay.
is there any kind of servant you can think of
Okay.
that you can beat?
First of all, the verse
Close
doesn't
to
say
death.
Of course.
The verse does say that.
That's the worst question I've ever heard.
Okay, excuse me. Excuse
Well,
me.
let him finish.
Can
Exodus
I make a
21.
statement? Can I? Because I don't want to go back. I'm
Go
doing this
ahead.
to edify the people. First of all, you didn't respond to my question. I asked you for a simple question. I asked you a simple challenge. Why are you saying it's slave instead of servant? I'm going to give you my reasons and 4 points why it means servant, not a slave, and then I'll respond to your the verse that you misrepresented. First of all, the servant.
Good. Do that.
Explain. Can I just make my 4 points and then see how you can engage with it? Number one, a servant or the stranger is given access to become part of the Commonwealth of Israel as per Exodus 12, 18, and 19. So that's what you need to respond to, number one. Number two, a servant is allowed to own an Israelite who becomes poor. As per Leviticus 25. To own.
That's a slave.
As a servant or slave, according to you. So if you're saying that strangers are slaves, you need to explain to me why a slave would own an Israelite as a slave, is as a servant who is poor.
you.
As per Leviticus. Well, can I just make my 4 points?
A true
Leviticus
expert.
25. I'm giving you the verse, the reference. Leviticus 25 verses 47.
44. 44.
I'm sorry.
44.
That's my second point. Leviticus 25.
44 and 45. 45 especially. 45 especially. Hold on.
Let him
Hold on.
talk.
45 especially. And I'll read it to you. What version? What version of the Bible are we talking about?
Well, let him do his 4 points and then.
Thank you. So Leviticus 25 verses 47 and 48 says an Israelite, a stranger, is able to own an Israelite who is poor as a servant, not a slave, unless if you want to say that a slave can own their master as a slave. Doesn't make any sense. Thirdly, the point of being a servant is for the Israel to strengthen a stranger, as per Leviticus 25 verse 35. And finally, a stranger or a servant is given the opportunity to own a land within, or the inheritance within Israel, because they will become part of the Commonwealth of Israel, as per Ezekiel 47 verse 22 and 23. For these 3 points I just enumerated: A, that they can become part of the Commonwealth of Israel; B, that they can own an Israelite as servant; 3, that they are the purpose of God having these people.
I got your point. I got your 4 points.
Don't interrupt him.
I got your 4 points.
It gives me 10 seconds. The purpose for God inviting people to be servants, not slaves, servants, is for them to be strengthened by Israel to know the law of God. And finally, they are allowed to have inheritance within the land. So if that's the slavery you're referring to,
you keep restating the same points.
Thank you.
Let me respond to your 4 points.
And wait, actually, I'm going to interrupt one more time.
Thank you, and God bless you, sir.
So
let me respond to your 4 points.
I'll let you respond, but we're going to just maybe have 1 or 2 questions, because I know you guys are going to want to go back and forth. But after a little back and forth, I'm going to drag it back, because we are talking the original.
Probably shouldn't have let it go this far, but we already did.
Amy,
we can do this in a few seconds and we're done.
Talk to Amy for a second. Thank you for your hospitality. Science is not my forte. So as soon as he gives his rebuttal, I'm gonna give a final rebuttal, and then I'm gonna let you guys argue, because I'm sure there's somebody that's more specialized.
You're not even gonna stick around for the topic. Like, you just came on here to talk about something completely.
I might stick around. I'll stick around.
What kind of condescending? He's literally putting his cards out.
Amy, please let me respond to his 4 points.
Go ahead, Peter.
Because otherwise, I might lose my train of thought. So
all good. Peter, the floor is yours, and same thing. Just tell me when you're done.
Okay. So first of all, you already lost the moment you said you can own a servant. owning
You're the
a
worst
servant.
person ever. You're
Shut
the
up.
worst person of all time, dude.
No
Can you
interrupting,
shut up?
remember?
Let him finish. Let him
No.
finish.
Okay, thanks. So, owning a servant is by definition slavery. Owning people as property is slavery. That is how we define a slave. So the moment you already said that you can own a servant, you already admitted that you can own slaves. What you also did, and this is a dishonest tactic that I've seen a lot from people who try to apologize for slavery in the Bible, is that you skipped Leviticus 45, which clearly state that you can purchase slaves from your foreigners around you. That is purchasing people. That means owning people as property. People you can pass down as inheritance to your children. People who will not be freed after 7 years like the Hebrew slaves were, which is indentured servitude, which is another form of slavery, which is as immoral as slavery. The moment you're talking about owning people as property, whether it is for only 7 years or 6 years, because they're to be freed in the 7th year, whether it's only for 6 years or whether it's for life, that is slavery. And there's no getting away from that. Even in the New Testament, as was pointed out earlier, slaves are to obey their masters, just like their masters obey Christ. There are many, many verses that talk about slavery in the Bible.
That's
there
not
are
commanded
verses
slavery.
that you can beat them to within an inch of their death. No servant can be beaten. No servant is your property to be beaten. No servant can be sold to anyone else. None of that is true. And I acknowledge the verses that you read, and those are correct. But those are not addressing slavery.
Okay,
The ones that I just pulled up do.
Okay, can I respond quickly?
No,
First of all-
evolution. Here we go.
No,
Evolution.
I get at least a rebuttal. I get.
Oh,
First
this
of all,
isn't
you
your
have
chance,
medical.
dude.
So
Jesus
here's
Christ.
the thing, though. If you have a rebuttal, I do want you guys then. This is your chance to have a closing on the statement, guys, because we are going back to. And hey, I have to put my punches in to know it on this panel. But hey, this wouldn't even be a subject if the young Earth creationists would just come on board Team Science.
Another thing, Amy, to cut
I'll
this
defend
short.
you on Earth.
Hold on. Another thing to cut this short. I'll be more than happy to offer you an hour and a half to talk on this topic, and I will bring a Hebrew scholar to that topic if you want.
On your channel?
On my channel. No problem.
Okay, tell me your channel before
because
you leave,
this is
and then I will
gonna
have...
go for it. Gonna go for it. Gonna go for it.
I write it.
Gonna
write it in
go
the,
for it.
No, write it on in the chat.
Peter, you realize that you talk
it's
at one.
Okay, gonna go for it. Gonna go for it. All right, I'll
Peter,
check that
you
out.
talk so slowly
I'll
that an hour
make
and a
it.
half.
I'll make it 1.5 hours, so you can have all the
minutes.
time you want.
You
and,
talk so
and we'll
slowly.
have a good conversation.
Peter,
Amy's show.
All right, guys.
All right, go ahead.
This is Amy's show, so let us bring it back to Amy's topic,
So
please.
you
Wait,
guys,
I got a
and you
rebuttal.
have to. You can't. If you ask a question, be warned. There's not going to be a time to get your answer. So your final statement on slavery in the Bible. It's an interesting topic. We should do it again.
No problem.
Coming up soon.
And thank you for your input. Thank you so much.
So now I got to remember everything you said. So first of all, he
Well, it's on
said,
video, so you can go back.
If you own a slave, again, I challenge anyone to show me, and I'm not talking about in the context of war, to show me anybody that was forced to become a servant according to the law. So there's a jurisprudence, or there's a precedent set in scripture. For example, the book of Ruth, which just shows that they willingly gave themselves as servants. If you can give me one verse where, and outside the context of war, where a person was forced into subjugation, then I will accept your case. But you can't.
I can do
I
that.
just
Wait.
mentioned the verse.
I'm doing my rebuttal, and then you get your final say, and then you.
Leviticus 25:44.
When you get your final
gave you the
rebuttal,
verse.
you get your
Yeah,
final
let him
rebuttal.
finish his
Provide the
rebuttal.
verse. So I will leave Christianity for anybody who can provide me any verse outside of the context of war where a person is forced into slavery.
Why does that
That's first
matter
verse.
out of the
Second of all,
context of war?
well,
Let's do this and this another time. Amy has said, hold on, no.
Can't let it
Amy
go
has
on.
said several times, let's get back to the topic of the show.
She said
So
to
let's
give me a
get back
final
to the
rebuttal.
topic.
Fair enough. No,
She
we
gave me
should get
final
back to
rebuttal,
evolution.
man.
Well, I'll ask right
No,
now.
because you're now asking for me to rebut
asking
you and to give you
During your
verses again.
rebuttal, I got a final rebuttal. You don't have to answer the question now. You could do it during your rebuttal. So
You're
again,
right.
No, I'm not doing a rebuttal anymore. That's what I'm
okay.
saying.
So can I
Don't
make my final statement then?
make a final statement.
But you can't ask
and
a
let's move
question.
on.
That wasn't your final statement?
Okay, so final statement. So that's the first challenge. Second of all, this misrepresentation of the passage about you could beat somebody to a pulp doesn't say that. It
Yes, it
gives
does.
you a thresh. It gives you a limit of what you can do. And in the same verse, it says, if you break a person's teeth, you have to let them go. So if you're telling me you're able to beat somebody until they're almost dying, but it says if you break their teeth, you have to let them go, it shows you that you're misrepresenting the passage in question.
What?
I challenge anybody to go read the passage. You cannot tell me that if you
It's a good
hurt
point.
a guy or you break their teeth, you have
Not
to
a
let
good
them
point.
go, but you're allowed to beat them until they're almost dead. It doesn't make any sense.
So you can't beat
It
someone
only
outside of their
relates-
teeth?
It only
Seriously?
relates to what you will
Evolution?
be responsible for legally. If you're beating somebody to a point where 2 days later they die, then you're legally responsible for that person. That is
Because
what
you own
the
them.
passage is saying.
Because they're your slave.
And
You're right.
finally, you have not addressed my 4 points where it says, number one, that a servant, the purpose is for them to become part of Israel, number one. Number two, they can
Oh my
own
God.
Israelites as servants. Number three, they can own land, inherit land within Israel. And number four, the purpose is for them to become strengthened by understanding the law of God. That was my 4 points. Nobody addressed them. Again, thank you very much for your time.
And
Okay,
I'm
you
about
Thank
to
you.
hand it
made
over to
perfect.
Peter.
I could argue for young Earth.
I think
No, you
it's
can't.
about to be a debate me bra that we have on this channel. I think that's we are about to set up. But all right, Peter, we are going to let you have your final statement on that. Then we are going to add Leophilius.
I'm not going to make a final statement because I'm going to respect your rules, Amy. We're going to
Good.
move on to
Awesome.
the topic that we had.
Fantastic.
I've made my offer. I've been
Good.
more than happy to talk to him, have a good conversation, maybe a little bit less chaotic than we had here.
Perfect.
That would be good. And I will bring someone who actually knows what the Bible says. I will bring a Hebrew scholar if
I
necessary.
debated Dr. Joshua Bowen. He didn't look good. But hopefully
Oh,
your guy
stop.
can
Oh
do better.
boy.
I will
Stop.
say there's not many
Don't
sentences
even.
that go Dr. Josh didn't look good. But we can add in Leophilius.
The arrogance.
We have been Skeptic and Ranting. We are Skeptic and Ranting on the ultimate confirmation of separate ancestry. I hope you are doing well. And what are your thoughts on the subject or anything we've been talking about tonight?
So in terms of the subject, I don't do like evolution stuff, so I don't know much beyond the fact that creationism is obviously false. And that means that this idea of separate ancestry is obviously false as well. As far as the discussion, I've actually been enjoying the last roughly 10-ish minutes that I've been listening. That it's just been interesting and entertaining at the same time.
Woo-hoo!
That's right, Mika.
Yeah,
Well,
one has to wonder.
Just to let you guys know, I believe in young Earth because I know this is where it's going. I believe in young Earth.
Yeah, perfect.
You're in the den of kittens.
So
Yep.
what do you guys got for me, man?
Well, wait,
Everything proves
before we
whole
go
earth.
there,
So,
a person like Peter, like he wakes up and the best part of his day is when he can come on.
dude,
and
why are
sort
you
of
trying?
Okay,
Why are you trying
okay,
to
we're
take
not
time
doing
What are
out
you
of?
doing
off
right
here.
now?
Why?
We're not
What?
doing that
Of course
You're
I am.
just
I
trying
was
to
hoping
insult
you were
Peter.
going to say
What's going on right now?
Folgers.
Listen, hold on. Don't cut. Like I'm
I
making
love
a
it.
very-
I love it when a narcissist comments on my personality
Can we-
and even gets the times right, wrong. Sorry. Sunflower, please tell me all about me that you don't know because you and I haven't.
Can we
spoken
please
enough
not do
for you
this?
to know.
Can we please?
What you'll
Please,
quickly
for the
find.
love of God, can we
One
please
quick
not
point.
do
One
this?
quick
Please,
point.
for
What
I
you'll
don't
quickly
care.
find.
No, for the love
You
of
wanted
God.
in this, Leo.
Leo,
This is
stop.
what you wanted.
Leo, stop. Please, one quick point. What you'll quickly find when you talk about people that know what they're talking about is they talk fast. No, listen. When you talk to people that know what they're talking about, they talk fast because they're trying to make their point.
Is this a point
When you
just
talk
to
to
insult
people who
Peter?
know that you're talking
I
about
mentioned
when I
very
say
speed,
that
I wouldn't
Sunflower's
say,
an idiot, and I'm really talking really fast and saying that Sunflower's an idiot, so that obviously has to be true because I'm talking really fast now because and Sunflower is now showing that he's an idiot.
Deeply troubling about Peter's sort of meter. And that is that it's calculated rhetoric. It's not a guy that knows what he's talking about.
So what?
It's literally like it's almost like poetic.
So what?
Right? Like what? Why is this person?
Last comment in the chat summarizes this well.
You don't recite poems in order to convey information.
What is your intention of saying?
When people talk about what they know, what they're talking about,
what are you trying to achieve?
You're talking really slow now,
This is the
Sunflower.
pace-
Are
this is
you
the
okay?
pace- Okay, listen. This is the pace people talk at when they're
You talk so slow that according to your rules, we have to conclude that you're not knowing what you're talking about right now.
Cautious of people that
talk faster. If
speak
you
in-
really
Can we
think
talk
you're
about
talking
evolution,
this,
please?
talk faster.
Can we go back to the topic?
If someone's speaking in iambic pentameter, if someone's speaking in iambic pentameter during a conversation, red flag.
That's not
We're gonna go back to the topic. We're gonna go back to the topic at hand.
Just want to go back to evolution.
use a
Sometimes
symbol.
it has to deal with they try and take it to abiogenesis, but that's really a little bit separate. We're really talking about the fact that all living organisms on Earth share common ancestry, and that genes randomly mutate and the environment naturally selects them. Just a shout out for the definition of evolution.
Hollow.
Can I do a shout out for Mika Kiyome for her last comment?
You sure can, because Mika's awesome. What's up, Mika?
Thank
you, Mika. Awesome.
And everyone in chat.
She was
What
attacking
is
me in
up?
the chat. She was attacking me in the chat. Be friendly. Be friendly, Mia.
She is very friendly.
Mika's
Not the
friendly.
Christians. Not the real Christians.
And yeah,
Oh,
I would
No.
totally agree
When you
with atheists.
that might be a thing because it's typed in chat. Mika's friendly.
But
I can vouch
I
for
would
that.
say that
You're a
evolution
real
is a
Christian.
fact, and they try and use abiogenesis to try and attack it just because
Origins
that's
or
the
bust.
edge of our forefront of science. Yeah.
So when you say it's science, so you're saying can you explain? Because like I said, this is not really my area of expertise. But
That's okay.
I want to learn. So are you saying like because from what I learned in high school is something like we come from monkeys and stuff like that, and
We don't come from
no,
monkeys.
we'll see.
No?
But
We don't
see,
come from
that is
monkeys,
a
first of all.
common thing that you hear from other creationists.
That's
So
what
it's
I
not.
learned. Teach me.
So it's not that we came from monkeys. It's that current monkeys and us come from a common ancestor. That
Great
common
apes.
ancestor, we would like just on the physiological level may look like what we would compare to a monkey, but we have more time to actually have mutations and stuff happen. It's been millions of
could be a
years
monkey.
since that event.
Wait,
We are still monkeys. We are still
Or we're
apes.
still
So in order to
primates,
visualize this, in order to visualize this, if you say we come from monkeys, that is about the same statement as saying that you came from your second cousin.
And actually, I clear this
That
up really quickly.
No, it's actually not.
Well,
because
actually,
it is.
You
I
understand
think
phylogeny?
if you say,
Hold on a second.
Yeah, so
you understand
if you-
that we could actually classify our common ancestor as a monkey if they happen to fall within the like parameters of what a monkey is defined as. It's not necessarily
That is
true,
true,
but
and I
it's
think that-
possible. No, it's not necessarily true, but it's possible.
But
It's
can I
necessarily
give
true.
it a good
Yeah,
example?
no answer, Peter. You
Go ahead, Amy.
dirty
It's
old
not-
man.
So,
Dirty old fool.
It's not
So-
just that
so
we
when
came
someone-
from the
when-
ancestors of them. We will always be. Think of we're mammals. We're always going to be mammals. There's never a time that we ever will stop being it. And in that same manner,
Just like we're still eukaryotes.
exactly,
Right.
and we're always going to be
Just like
eukaryotes,
we're
and
still
always gonna be
life.
primates. We're always going to
Okay.
be life. And then
And
I
there
was
may be
Jane
new-
wants to make a
How about we go a little
comment.
deeper? because I heard a word
That's what she
used,
said, or he said. I'm kidding.
mutation.
Continue.
I heard mutation being used in
Yes.
your.
Yeah.
Okay, so are you saying that through time, and mutation, that we can go from one kind to a different kind, or from
What do you
I
mean by
wouldn't
kind?
use
It's not a-
kind.
it's-
You're
Oh, boy.
missing one
No.
single
Uh-oh.
point. You're just
Kind isn't
missing.
the word.
And you're also
Wait,
missing
hold
the
on.
environment, which is a very important point.
Okay.
But,
But,
Leo and Shane, I know,
Oh,
want to make
Jesus.
points.
What, Leo?
So I just had a question.
Go ahead.
What do you mean by kind?
Like I
Good-
say,
good point.
a kind. I say apples are apples, and will always be apples.
Well,
a man-
that's a comparison, not a definition. I'm asking for a
Right.
definition. What do you when you
What are
say
the
kind? What
criteria
is it
for
that
what
you're
a kind
referring
is?
to?
Well, when I'm saying a kind, a dog is going to be a dog. That's a kind, right?
Again, that's a comparison,
That's
not
an
a
example.
definition.
That's not a definition. Well, what do you mean?
What I mean is that what you're saying is you're giving me an example of the thing and not defining the thing that you're
How can
giving
we
me an
look-
example of.
Okay,
What
the-
is a
Let
kind?
me
How
try
about-
let me
how
try and
about- how about
reword
I give it to you
your
this way?
question, Leo. So
The
what,
definition-
if you're
the
talking about a
definition-
kind, if you're talking about a kind, what are the limits within a kind? Where does a kind begin and where does it stop?
Is it a primate kind, a mammal kind, a eukaryote kind?
No.
There's different levels.
Please let him finish this. So if you say kind, right, and if you say a dog is a kind,
Yes.
What are you saying?
So it depends on what you mean by dog, because the dogs include wolves, foxes, anything. Dogs can also be used
Dogs are
in a
wolves.
colloquial sense, where it means the domesticated dogs.
Same like
Are
with
the
cats.
domesticated dogs the same thing, let's say, as
Same
a
kind.
fox? Because
No.
because they
Well, I
cannot
think we're going-
interbreed.
I think we're going too
They can
complicated.
because
I agree with you.
No,
like
no.
cat, you got cats, you got cheetahs, you got lions. I believe they're all part of the same kind.
So then what do you mean when you say kind? What is the commonality there that makes that a category?
Right.
Oh well, I think the biology of those animals, they have a lot of things in common, which is
Okay, so when
Well, wouldn't that just be a
when we
like
say
a
when we
clade
say when we
then?
say
I'm
hold
gonna
on when we
finalize,
say
which
we
is
have
different from that of a monkey.
hold
So
on when
I
we
wouldn't
say we
say
have
a cat,
felines
a
we have
lion.
felines and we have panthers. What's the difference between the two, and are they the
Felines and
same
panthers.
kind?
Felines and
Yes.
panthers. You said? Did you say
Yes.
felines and panthers?
Yes,
I
he
believe.
did.
Yes, we're talking about animals that cannot interbreed, felines and panthers.
Pandas.
Which are
Pandas, right? You said?
panthers, which is
Panthers.
panthers is different from felines.
Can I interrupt you guys to
So
give you a
a
clear
lion
example of what Peter-
a lion is part of the panther.
But Peter,
Okay, but even if that's the case,
Whoa!
I
Owner of
just
the
want to
room,
give
trying
you
to say
guys an example that I think that Peter's looking for, and that would be, so we split carnivora between cats and dogs, generally more what they lean towards. And example, cats, including hyenas, which is why we classify them, they bury their back, after they go to the bathroom. And that is something dogs don't do. And so it's something that you can actually see as a difference.
Okay, even let's give if I concede that point, right? Let's keep it as simple as possible.
Sure.
Let's say a kind specifically is cats only, right? The cats will only breed cats and reproduce of its kind. I would never see a cat become elephant
Of course, evolution doesn't say you will. So what are you talking about?
Okay, so quick question then.
Let me ask you a question. Where do you put
Peter? Stop! Let him ask the question.
What
Wait,
is
let
the
him ask the
beginning of
question.
evolution? What is the beginning?
What?
What was the first living
a
organism?
eukaryote? Eukaryote.
Okay.
Wait, no. He didn't
Eukaryote.
finish. He
I
didn't
think I see.
finish his question.
Okay,
Can you
what was
finish?
what was the beginning?
Oh no, it's not a
Oh my
eukaryote.
lord!
Wait,
No,
wait,
I'm
wait,
trying.
wait,
Can
wait,
I?
let me-
Dude, I want to hear his fucking question.
Okay, what was the original organism?
We don't know.
So let me.
What do you
in
mean?
here real quick?
I don't know. What was the first thing that was life?
Oh, let's put it that way then.
Yeah.
Leo,
And then
can I-
Shane-
Well,
can
there
I
wouldn't.
jump in? Wait,
There
hold on
wouldn't be a
second. Can I-
really. Well, can I answer his question really quickly? It's not going to take me long. There really isn't a first thing or a first form of life, because it would have been a gradient evolution from advanced and really complex chemical reactions to those reactions localizing and organizing in a way that would be considered life. So you're not going to be able to say, aha, here we can draw a line. Everything on this side is not life. Everything on this side is. No, that's not how it works. There would be a gray area where some things might look like life, some things might not. But as the systems evolve, they start to look more and more like what we would consider life.
That's problematic. The RNA world model is the.
I didn't mention anything about the RNA world model.
I know.
What are you talking about?
Wait, I'm pointing out that
How
the
about
RNA
Shane?
world
How
model.
about you answer, Shane?
No, it's extremely
Can
important.
we let Shane talk,
yes,
please?
you should.
5 seconds.
Can we let Shane talk?
I've been
Look,
okay.
I'm literally just
sunflower.
a matter of fact.
Sunflower, dude, please, sunflower, dude,
No,
come
I
on,
have
please, dude,
to
no,
point out a
no,
technicality.
Leo, stop.
No, you
Leo,
don't.
stop. Let Shane talk.
It's a technicality. The RNA world hypothesis.
Sunflower.
Let Shane
We don't need to
talk.
point out
Let
a
Shane.
technicality right now.
Let Shane talk.
You need technicalities. Why are you letting it's 5 seconds?
You're just trying to control and derail the conversation.
Sunflower, let
You're
Shane
just trying
talk.
to derail the conversation on purpose.
Really, this is wrong.
All right, let Shane go. Let Shane.
What you guys are doing is wrong at this
let
point.
Shane talk.
Can you mute Sunflower for a moment? So we can let Shane talk.
A 5-second technicality. You guys won't let me do that. Really?
Amy, can you mute Sunflower so we can let Shane talk?
RNA
we
world.
agreed that we would let Shane talk, please. We let Shane talk.
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right. Thanks. So, I think it sounds like what you're asking is like which form of life came first? Like, was it mice? Was it dogs? Was it birds? And that kind of assumes that. I think you think like a bird gave birth. You think evolution is a bird gave birth to a dog, which gave birth to a cat, which gave birth to a horse, and that horse gave birth to a cow, and a cow, like is that
No,
what you're saying?
that's not what I'm. No, well, I don't think that's what. You guys are saying there's mutation and there's evolution, right? So I want to know. I want to trace it back to as far back as we can go. If you don't know what the original was, but go back as far as you can go where you know what it was.
Well, can I actually answer that?
Okay, so let me ask you about.
I need to see the progression. I need to see the transformation.
I think that's a misunderstanding of what evolution is.
Right, I agree. So
let
me ask you this: with you said cats were one kind, or you think cats are all one kind? Do you think like a lion gave birth to a cheetah? Is that how you think that happened?
No, I think I responded to that before. I said let's keep it as simple as possible. Cats are cats, lions are lions, tigers are tigers.
But how do you think the diversity? Okay,
huh?
so how do you think the diversity of cats happened? Like, how do you think lions?
I believe in creation, so I believe he created cats, he created lions.
You think but all kinds.
Okay.
So you think there were?
Go ahead. Finish your statement.
No. I want Shane to finish. That's why I'm raising my hand.
Okay.
And then before you go, Leo, after he's done answering Shane's statement, I just want to ask or answer his question.
Okay.
So do you think that God created leopards and house cats and lions all separately?
Yes.
So then those are all separate kinds. Like there's a lion kind, there's a tiger kind, cats aren't all the same kind then to you. They're separate kinds. That's not the same kind. Because the way kinds are is there's variation within a kind. Like you see the different types of house cats and the different types of tigers and things like that.
Let's say like you have a black cat or there's different type of domesticated cats, right? As long as they're able to reproduce with each other and produce an offspring, I believe that's part of the same kind. I don't believe a lion.
But why are they different?
A domesticated cat. I don't believe a lion.
Why do you think they're different? Why do you think that we have different cats? What is the difference?
We can ascertain the differences, right? We can see the differences.
But how do you think they got there?
That's what I'm challenging you on that.
And I just want to answer that.
That is evolution.
We have to separate two words out there. You are asking, how did it all start? And that very specifically isn't evolution. That is abiogenesis, which is just a fancy word for the origin of life, when life became non-life. And I would put
when life became non-life. I just want to make
yes,
sure
as
you
in
don't.
yes,
No, other way
when
around.
something
Other way around. When non-life became life.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I
No
get
problem.
it backwards?
It's a
When
long name. You
non-life,
misspoke.
it's exactly when non-life became life, as in when organic compounds gave rise to carbon-based life forms. But I would actually assert with good evidence that evolution is a force of nature, just like gravity, in that evolution, think of it just like, and I use this example often, you are in a forest and there are a whole bunch of moths in this green, vivid forest. Now, these moths only come in two flavors. They mutated. The mutation has no effect on them. They don't even know what the color is. They don't feel any different. But some of the moths are green and some of the moths are red. Which do you think will be, I would use the word naturally selected for having a decent camouflage in the green forest? The green moths or the red moths?
Yeah, we call that green, but we call that adaptation. But go ahead.
Exactly. Eventually, one by one, the red moths would get picked off by other animals until only the green moths survived. Now, did the green moths select it? Was there someone saying, oh, I really want green moths to survive? No, it was just the environment. The environment was actually the selective pressure by which the gene was picked, and that is evolution.
Just before I let if you let me 5 seconds just to get some clarification, I understand everything you're saying right now. I just need I'm gonna refine my question. Can you give me the as far back as you can go, the conscious organism that as far back as you can go consciously, like it was a conscious being,
So,
right?
How are you
Go back as
using
far back as you
consciousness
can
here?
go.
What do you
What
mean when
was
you
this
say
conscious being?
consciousness?
That's a loaded term, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
What do you mean when you say consciousness? What are you talking about?
Self-awareness. As the card
So
said,
just
I think therefore I
just
am.
self-awareness, awareness of oneself.
Exactly.
I don't know if there would be a way to determine when that is a thing.
I don't think we could do
Can you give
that.
me okay? How about you give me an example as far back as
Well,
you
can I ask you the question that I've been waiting to ask you?
Okay, go.
Sure, and then
So,
Beamsy wants to, and then
before
Half
you
the
ask the
Commons
question,
wants to get in.
just want to make it clear, because for me to understand your position, I need to go back as far back as you can allow yourself to go to see where the transitioning went from all the different kinds of things that we have right now. I need
So
to
what
know
if
where
we
you
said
go.
we don't know?
Oh, Jesus
would that
fucking
be okay
Christ.
with you?
Because without that, then I don't understand what you believe in.
Also,
But go ahead.
I could actually sum this up very quickly.
Go
I
ahead.
think that it came with in the Eurocratic War, which is animals. I think that the defining feature of being an animal is consciousness. It's why plants and fungi aren't conscious. It's why most of life isn't conscious.
Plants are not conscious?
Can I ask my question now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure. And we got to also move fast because Beamsy wants in and another Theus wants in. But Leo, floor is yours.
Would you be willing to highlight? You might have to scroll up just a wee bit there, but Will actually gave the definition of kind in the chat. If you find it, I was wondering if you could highlight it because I wanted to know if the person to well, with respect to the audience looking at me, the person to my left, I don't know how to address you. I can't see a name or anything.
Yeah,
So
no
my
problem.
apologies.
No,
But
no worries.
I wanted to know if he agreed with what that definition was. Yes,
can
that
you-
right there.
Okay.
Says kind's definition according to creationism, kind, noun, the original forms of
agree.
life as they were created by
Okay.
God.
So then this should be easy, and quite frankly, this should be the easiest prediction for creationism to be capable of confirming. Which creatures, say out of like the cat kind, which ones were the ones that were originally created by God? that all the other ones evolved from?
I don't believe they, and I believe they were all.
You think
separate
every individual form of life today was created as it is today by God?
6,000 years ago.
Yes. If let me make sure I understand your question. I believe he created the panther. I believe he created the jaguar. I believe, like if we're going with the feline type, I believe he created the domestic cat. I believe he created the lion, the cheetah. So those are different kinds within. Yeah.
You think a lion and a cheetah are a different kind?
I would say.
What
Yeah.
about an
You would
African
agree.
and an
Wait, hold
Indian
on,
elephant?
hold on. You would agree with pretty much the whole of modern creationist literature?
What do you mean?
Most creationist institutions would say that lions and cheetahs and tigers are of the same kind.
I don't.
But how they use kind, they would.
I don't know how they use it. Me, I don't see. Maybe
Well-
like I said, this is not my specialty, but I don't see that in scripture. I don't see how you would
Let's-
be able to see a cat. and
Why
a
would you
lion.
expect scripture
Okay.
to give you knowledge about how life evolved on the planet? Like
Because I believe it's the word of
you
God.
wait, no, but serious question. You think that God would want you to figure that out through scripture and not through, I don't know, the fact that he created the universe in a way that you can understand the way that it operates? And like, you think that scripture is for understanding how life evolves? That's what you think it's for?
No, I believe scripture reveals the reality I live in. And a lot of people know me for what I specialize in. I demonstrate how scripture has an impact, universal impact on all creation. So I see the power. Now, like I said, I don't specialize in science, but according to my experience and my ability to demonstrate that this is divinely inspired, I accept it for the thing that I'm not, like I said, specialize in. So when it says different kinds, I believe when Adam in the Garden of Eden gave names to different animals.
Where was the Garden of Eden?
Oh, that's irrelevant.
Why is that irrelevant? No, I'm just curious. Where was it? I mean, it was on the earth, right?
Can I
And
ask a more relevant question?
I want to get
with all due
Ralph
respect,
in, and then
This is not a productive or good faith conversation at this point, man. A
No,
guy came in and
before I go,
he said science isn't its strong suit. and you're just
Sunflower,
letting
dude.
people
White
please.
knighting, dude.
Can you stop interrupting?
Playing
the
I'm
fucking
putting
host, please?
positive energy in
It's
there.
not useful. Like the conversation, like
white knighting.
Well,
ridiculous.
Wait.
The
Then
only
Sunflower. Then
thing
why are
that's
you
not
still here?
useful in this conversation is you, Sunflower.
And you know what?
If you don't like this conversation, why are you still here?
Are
I have a
gonna
lot
get
to
back.
add. I'm saying it didn't go in a productive direction.
You're not adding. You're
Well,
not adding.
guys,
I'm not adding
you're
because I'm not allowed to interrupt.
We-
Going off on a tangent.
We are.
It's not that you. Oh, I'm sorry, Amy.
Do you even
No.
understand
I love all you
how
guys. I love
conversations
all
work?
my atheists and theist brothers and sisters. But we are going to get Ralph in because I then want Beamsy to share what they wanted to share. And then I think we're going to get our outros in which everyone is going to get their final say on the topic and everything we've been talking about. But look, hey, it's actually almost, I wouldn't say maybe 50-50. We got a good mix of both atheists and theists. Maybe that's why it's getting so spicy, ladies and gentlemen. We're sent in love. Ralph, we're skeptic and ranting on.
Good morning, Amy
Ultimate
James.
Confirmation.
Good morning.
Morning, Amy James. And
Top of the morning to you.
God bless my whoever other Christian brothers and wassalamu alaikum. I don't know who your name is. Hey, I just joined the end of this. I'd say hello and jump in whenever the next opportunity is to say something.
Well, fantastic. We're wrapping up with the ultimate confirmation of separate ancestry. It's been a lot of fun. We've had some back and forth. It got spicy, but I am going to then bring up Beamsy's. I think they wanted to show something. So we're going to share screen. Give me 1 second. Beamsy,
Amy,
what
Amy,
is
while you're
it?
doing that, while you find this
Mhm.
can I make just one comment on the bit I did over here earlier about, I don't want to open the topic about slavery, this, that, and all those things, is my position, I'm not sure if my Muslim brothers and sisters would agree with me, but Christians will, is if God says slavery and God says kill your child and God it is good, is my position.
Awesome. Great.
Ladies and gentlemen, religion.
Yep.
Well, anyway, peace be upon you as well. And this is a very, very, very basic cladistic tree of life. This is the area that actually comes from where the original ancestors come from. This is an area of discursion and the aspect of where the RNA first or the other theories that are coming across come into. Everything on here can be shown through fossils, through genetics, through taxonometry. These are all aspects of what clades are. So at the top here are your basic prokaryotes. That's your very, very basic life, which is bacterias, fungus, and that sort of thing. Go down towards here. This is where cell membranes came in. This is where you get the difference between eukaryotes. It was the last time that anything was either not a plant or an animal. Then you can go down to Unilata, which is a cell with the flagellum. And as you can see, it keeps going down. All of these can be proved genetically, and again, through fossil records. As you can see, jaws, bony skeletons, lungs, these are checkpoints that are all, everything from the right of that along these is what they share. That's what is shown. You can never go back. So if you have lungs, you can never go back to not having lungs. So that's why you'll never see anything here turn into anything here.
Can I interject just for a second? I don't want to control the conversation. I just want to make sure before I leave, I get an understanding of where you guys coming from. Because in science class, I was sleeping, so I want to make it clear. I want to make it sure I understand. Are you saying? I'm sorry.
That's honest.
Nothing.
No, that's honest.
You're good. Continue.
Science. Like
That's
I said,
really
science
honest. I like that.
Yeah, no problem. Are you saying that the transitioning from the top of the thing that you just showed, the picture that you just showed, from the top, the transitioning or the evolution started from there, and it went
No.
No.
No, this is not a top down. See those branches there?
Yeah.
It
started
shows
here.
how things branch off.
Okay,
and sort of like become
left to right.
a part of some different classification because of the different ways, the different
it goes left to right,
like anatomical structures and stuff that they get.
Okay, so this is not showing me the evolution from one organism to one.
It does.
thing.
Yes,
it does.
Kind of.
It does.
It does.
Okay.
No, that's not how evolution
It does,
works.
but you have to look at it from the bottom up, not from the top
from the
down.
bottom up.
Well, no, not in the literal sense.
From
What
the
you want to
left
do
to
is
the right.
Yeah,
in this
you want to look
graphic.
at, yeah.
No.
Oh, so Peter was
In this
wrong. Just for
graphic.
clarification, was he wrong?
Oh my fucking god, dude!
Sunflower, knock
Please
it off.
stop.
Leo,
From
was
the-
he wrong or not?
From the left to the
But,
right.
Sunflower, shut
No,
the fuck up.
because I
Evolution-
understood the context that Peter was speaking when he was talking about
Uh-oh.
when he said that. He wasn't wrong. It's
Don't
just with
gas
respect
Queen
to this
Peter.
graph in the
Don't gas
literal
Queen-
sense,
don't gas
looking
Queen
at
Peter.
it literally from the bottom up would be just as wrong
People
as
make
from the top
mistakes.
down.
People
because
make-
that's
people
how
make-
this
no,
graph
you're
works.
People make
You're correct.
mistakes. You gotta call out mistakes.
You have
for
to
what
you
they
have to
are.
see it. You have to see it left to right.
Okay. So it
My
says
bad.
first life forms. It says first life form, right? So now go back to the picture. I want to see what I'm looking at. It looks like cells or organisms.
It's not the pictures. It's not the pictures that are important.
Okay, what is it?
What this is, first life form, that's abiogenesis. That is an aspect of which is very, very confusing.
Okay.
And I don't have 3
Big
hours. to
bang of
do
life.
it.
No problem. So let's not take.
Don't
let's
use
not
that
take-
word.
What was the next process?
No, evolution was taking part during abiogenesis, and it's still
No problem. I
taking part
understand
now.
that part. So what's the next process after that?
Everything that's going along here is a buildup of mutations.
Okay,
So
so what's the next process?
right
What do you mean by
here is
process?
when
That's it,
where
yeah.
cells
No other
actually
process.
yeah. This is where a single what you
Cell?
could basically call organic but not living yet
Okay.
actually became a cell.
Okay. And next process?
Then the next choice was when that cell was able to produce a flagellum, or it actually had 2 flagellum. These were the 2 ones that survived from all the other options that were there.
Okay, so we're still talking about cells, right? Because like I said, I'm slow on this. So cells.
Well, I mean, humans are still
Yeah.
technically cells, just a very large collection of them.
Right.
Yes.
Let me ask a stupid question. Abiogenesis has not been demonstrated, nor proven, nor confirmed, correct?
Okay, so it seems like somebody
That's not a
knows
thing
more than
that
me.
So we are
abiogenesis will
talking
ever
about
fulfill.
common
Can we
ancestors.
stop
No.
interrupting,
No,
and
it's
can we
tricky.
get back to the person who is showing the graph and trying to explain it, please? Can
No,
we
but
stop interrupting?
before you continue, there's a guy who said, because like I said, I'm not specialized in this. He said this has not been proven. What does he mean by that?
There's nothing's
That's
been
Ralph.
demonstrated. Nothing's been demonstrated in the lab or theoretically that's something that can be
That's
made
false.
inanimate.
So is this a
That's
theory?
false. That is
we're not
false.
talking
We
about-
currently have.
That is
We
not.
currently
I don't
have.
even know how we can say what he said
We
is
currently
false. I didn't
have.
even hear what it was that he said.
Repeat it, please.
We currently have about
just
11 different hypotheses of how abiogenesis could have happened. We're not sure which one was the correct one, and they all could have happened at the same
What if
time.
they were all wrong?
We do have a pretty good
What if they were all
understanding.
wrong? What if they were all
We
wrong?
could have.
No.
We could have.
You just begged the question.
We have a good understanding
Could they
of
all be
how
wrong?
it could have happened.
Yes, they could
No,
all
they
be
could
wrong.
not.
Shut
Okay,
up.
then don't
As I
say it's
said,
proven.
we have 11 working hypotheses.
Okay, so we're not talking about abiogenesis right now.
Don't act like the abiogenesis.
Guys, one at a time.
Let's go back to
Just one thing.
Don't sit here and act like the abiogenesis problem's been solved.
Can we go back to?
He didn't
Can we
say
go
that.
back to
What?
who's
Lord.
providing the graph and trying to explain it? Can we
Yeah,
go
let's go
back
back to the
without
graph.
interruptions?
Go ahead, Beamsy,
Let's
please.
go back down. Go to the next process.
Beamsy, please continue.
Yeah. This is where the basis of eukaryotes are. That's where all the basis of everything that we classify as life comes from.
Okay.
They divided it into two. They are still both eukaryotes, but one has divided into two flagellum, one has one. If we go further down, they become osteotenia or can go across to amoebas. That's where the divide between an amoeba and us are. We can then go down to animalia. That's where animals are. This is where we get the idea of all the animals. Then you can go further down.
Wait. Let's stick there for a second. So it went from these. Help me if I'm misrepresenting. It went from these organisms, or one-cell organisms, or whatever you're referring to the previous one, and then it goes to all the animals.
No,
And then,
no.
Actually, I'm just going to interrupt because Beamsy,
Well, no, there's
this
several
is
steps in
actually
between.
you answering this question is going to be the last thing before we head to outro. So tell me when
No
you are
problem.
done, and then if you guys have any more questions or comments,
We can do this
they're
another
gonna be in
time.
your outros.
Yeah, well,
Leo,
You should be doing this like one-on-one.
Shut up, Sunflower.
Why are you asking me for to
Shut
get
up,
booted, Leo?
Sunflower.
Why are you asking me to get booted?
the
Shut up,
unicarta is where
Sunflower.
you actually get something that's called multicellular life forms. This is amoebas, slime molds, and things like that. They are what you could call the simplest things that are closest to animals. They're, as you see, they're not plants, but they're not animals. That's where you can get the osteocartas. This is where the other ones come in, yeasts and combs, these sort of things. That's where these ones come in. That's their closest relationship to anything that's in the animals, but not animals. But animalia is where animals are, and all of the previous aspects of animalia does come into it. So animals do share things that have things to do with fungus, but animals can't turn into fungus, and fungus will not turn into animals because they cannot go back. The only way that this can flow is left to right.
Left to right.
Yeah,
Interesting.
You have to,
On
you have to
this
start
graph, yes.
Yes,
It
you
seems
have to start
complicated. It seems complicated.
first,
It is
and then you
complicated.
basically.
Yes.
Oh,
It is
actually, this is
complicated.
actually
Obviously, I don't
insanely
believe in
simple.
this. Obviously, I don't believe in this, but it seems complicated.
Well, it's not a belief, first of all. You don't have to believe in it.
All right, guys, I really do have to run. I put 2:30 as a hard time for me.
And now, James, did you want to say anything, or you just wanted to say goodnight, or we?
I have to go. This is a really good attempt to try to teach evolution. I just think with the panel this big and everybody trying to talk, he's probably going to be more confused at the end than.
Yeah.
All right.
He should probably be doing this like 1 or 2 on 1. He would probably learn a lot more where he can ask questions, but everybody trying to jump in. It's yeah, a lot
Well,
of
I'm trying to
voices.
drag it back to the original.
Let me know when I
Yeah.
can chime in because it's been a while. There's 2 theists in the chat.
Not yet. So shut up.
Okay, well, I'm just saying it's been all the atheists getting
Not yet. So
Well,
shut
I
up.
would say there
Okay.
is
I'm
one.
saying, let me know when I'm
two,
allowed to talk.
3, 4. There's at least 4 theists in here. So, which is pretty cool. We love that we're actually getting so many on with the atheists, and we are going to move to outros. So everyone is actually going to have their final time to give their output on the subject. We have been skeptic and ranting. We are going to get, it looks like, Digital Dust and ex-Hindu atheists to have intro outros. They will both be starting us off as we then move into everyone's. The only thing I ask is to try and keep things quick and piffy, but please say whatever you want on your mind because we are skeptic and ranting. Woohoo! What is up? I see Digital Dust. I like it. I hope you enjoy joining us tonight. I know we just haven't had that much fun, but I hope you can skeptic and rant right here as we are talking about the ultimate confirmation of separate ancestry. What are your thoughts?
I came in pretty late. Can you guys hear me fine?
Yes, we can.
Yep.
Yeah, so I don't know. I was just really confused by some of the things that theists have said about like evolution. Like, do they believe like everything that the Bible says for what evolution? I mean, like where everything came from, as far as
Well, there's no
like,
evolution in the Bible, but
what I was wondering is, most of the people I know, the theologians, they say that in Genesis, every animal, including humans, at one point ate plants. So I was wondering, at what point did they what allowed like a lion to go from eating plants to eating other animals?
I think there's 2 views. I'm not sure if I can answer. There's 2 types of views on evolution across the Abrahamic faiths. One is atheistic, fundamental rejection of the theory. So that basically says God created the Bible literally as per Genesis 6,000 years. And the other, including the Vatican Church, is theistic evolution that says it doesn't matter how much I discover evolution's fine-grained processes using common ancestry. This is God's process at work that created ours. So
right, but I think that
the Abrahamic faiths in 2 camps, so they won't get one set of answers. You'd have to first ask the question: are you a fundamentalist, or do you accept theistic evolution?
Right. I figured that all the theists here believe in. I thought everyone said that they were young Earth creationists, and they take the Bible literally.
No, there's lots of Christians, including the Vatican Church, that accept theistic evolution as being compatible with the people who want to take the fundamental view. So that's not true.
No, I'm saying I thought everyone in this actual room.
I think we have 3 Christians and a pagan. I think the pagan very much believes in evolution. I think that one of the Christians could go either way, and then I think 2. Well, actually, I could say 2 could almost go either way. I'm not sure, and then 1 is a young earther.
Okay, so my question for like the person who takes the Bible literally, that's a young earther, what happened that allowed carnivorous animals to be able to eat plants and then go from eating plants to eating other animals? And that's my question for them, because if that's the case, then that would sound like evolution if they can go from eating plants to eating other animals. So that was just one of my questions that I had for like people who take the Bible literally. Like, I don't understand how like an animal can, like a lion can't digest plants. They can't eat plants.
That's not true.
So What do you? No, they can they can eat plants, but I mean they can't live off of plants.
He's just joking because this is our own very vegetarian bird ever since Noah.
So according to the flood myth, lions and eagles and all types of animals that are carnivorous, they did survive on hay and straw. So you're wrong according to the Bible. It's a joke, obviously, but that's what they would say, which is hilarious.
Did the theists leave? I was talking specifically to the theists.
Oh, no, apparently I'm only allowed to speak when I'm like granted permission.
Oh my God, you're such a victim.
We're sending love to our whole panel. What I'll say is that stick around and you may get your answer in their outros.
Okay, yes, I would like someone to answer how a lion started off eating plants when that's not possible, and what happened to allow them to eat other animals after the flood. Because that sounds like for that to even happen, it would be evolution to go from being able to eat plants to eating exclusively animals, because their digestive system only allows them to eat other animals. So
yep,
I don't understand that. Please explain it to me if you believe the Bible literally. That's all I wanted to say.
Religion debunked.
We will go right over. I just want to send love to ex-Hindu atheists that was behind here. Go check out more fantastic non-believer comments. But we are moving right down. It looks like there was a question in line, but we have been skeptic and ranting on the ultimate confirmation of separate ancestry. So then, Ralph, what is your thoughts about the subject or anything we've been talking about tonight?
Oh, well, obviously I missed most of it. Another great show, obviously. I'll rewind it. But you've got a fundamental problem that's deeper than using evolution or any other such scientific phenomenology or theory. It's going to be, what is your core model of the universe? If you're saying science explains everything because I'm a rationalist and I believe in evidence and reason, then you're going to waive your human genome's chimp sequencing project. But you're not going to make any dent on people who believe in God, because our worldview of physics is different from yours. So you get to have a conversation where you get to play with each other, and that's fine, but that's not going to do anything to dent us at the faith of the
Damn it, Amy.
I can't help myself. Oh, thank you so very much, Ralph. And I'm going to continue down the
Amy,
line.
can I go next? I want to go next. I got to go.
That's, I am going to hand it over to our vegetarian bird. Thank you for joining us. We've been Skeptic and Ranting on the ultimate confirmation of separate ancestry. Lovely to have you, especially post-flood.
That's right.
What are your thoughts?
It's been fun. Keep asking questions, Mr. I don't know your name. I'm going to say Mr. Beard because you have a nice beard.
Terry. His name is Terry.
Terry. Okay. Mr. Terry, keep asking questions, man. You're asking the right questions. All right, I'm out.
Bye, bird. Woohoo! And all right, we are moving right down the line. Leophilius, I hope you are doing fantastic. We have been Skeptic and Ranting on the ultimate confirmation of separate ancestry, plus some theological back and forth. Lovely to have you back on, as always. Where can people find you? And of course, what are your final thoughts?
Yeah, people can find me on the planet Earth, and as I am a human being, I don't really have much else to say other than it's more questions than anything for people who say things that make me think that they have no fucking clue what they're talking about.
All right.
Mic drop sounds.
There you go. Thank you so very much, Leophilius. And also go check out his channel and also many awesome debates. And we are moving right along until the after show in Discord. But Mr., you said, is your name actually Terry?
Yeah, you can call me Terry.
Terry.
Whatever
What
you
doing,
want in the
Terry?
credits, that is what we want to give you. But thank you so very much for joining us on Skeptic and Ranting. We've been talking the ultimate confirmation of separate ancestry. I do know there was a question lingering if you wanted to answer, and then from
best.
Digital Dust, and then, of course, just whatever you'd like, finish on the topic.
All right, so I'd like to thank very much Amy for her hospitality and this the opportunity to establish what we believe as Christians, true Christians. We believe the earth is young. We believe in every word that is stipulated, every story, every doctrine, statement made in Scripture, and we take it literally. As far as the question that was posed, how did lions go from eating plants to eating meat? It's the sin nature that came into the world. We all went from eating plants to eating meat. I don't know why that would be problematic. I really don't know why that he didn't really specify.
I don't want to interrupt. Can you hear me though?
Yeah, go
Can
ahead.
you hear me? Okay, so the reason why it would be a problem is because in the first place, lions can't live off of plants. They literally cannot live off of plants. So I don't see how they can even start off living off of plants in the first place, and then go from eating nothing but plants to eating animals. If you look at the jaw structure of a lion, you notice that it has serrated teeth. The reason it has serrated teeth is so that it can cut through the flesh and bone of another animal. That's specifically what that's for.
I don't think serrated is the right word. Sorry.
Well, I'm not a scientist, but I'm trying to give him a word.
Can I just ask who's speaking right now? Just out of curiosity.
Yeah, guys, this is outros. Let's not interrupt outros. Let him finish.
Is the wrong word.
I'm gonna so that was Digital Dust. It was his question, so I'll let that be the clarifying point, and then we're
I was just clarifying for him. That's all.
Oh, I'm sending exactly. So love to everybody, whether you are atheist or theist, and we're gonna keep on.
I'll just let you do your outro, though. I don't want to, because I don't understand. So go ahead.
I'm gonna let you finish. Serrated was the wrong word, by the way.
You want me to? I know serrated isn't the correct word.
It's okay. It's okay. I get your point.
Guys, can we let him do his outro, please? Can you have a little bit of respect for the host?
No problem.
Serious.
So you might not accept my response. Again, I believe the sin nature changes you mentally, spiritually, mentally, and physically. So whatever that transitioning from the purpose of God in the beginning and going from that nature to the sin nature, there's some effects on the spirit, the mind, and the body. I can't give you any more detail than that. I wasn't there, so I don't know all the specifics about that, and Scripture doesn't really explain that. But it says that the lion will go back to eating, having a plant diet. Everybody will have a plant diet. And as far as the teeth and all of that, the jaw structure, we have pandas who also have that same type of structure, or bears who have that same type of structure, and yet they are able to live on a plant diet. But again, that's not my area of expertise. Again, thank you very much. I tried to understand what evolution was. I thought I had an understanding, but you guys are bringing some new stuff to me. I still don't understand, and I certainly don't believe in it. But
Barry, I sent you an email, and I want to thank you for being on here and being cordial. I think
honest.
that every single time that happens, we need to point that out. You look like a great person to talk to, and I can't wait to talk to you again.
So I finalized by saying this: you can find me, a shameless plug, on Your Way or Yahweh Tested by Fire. I do debates. I don't do debates on science. Like I said, it's not my area of expertise, but I do debate, and I do demonstrate that Jesus is Lord, and his word has power over all creation by the universal application of the 7-day cycle. So that's what I specialize in. That's what I do. So that's the reason why I believe, even though I'm not specialized in science, I believe I could demonstrate God in different ways. So that's what I do. Thank you again for your attention, and see you guys next time, man. Maybe I come back and learn some more about what you guys are trying to teach, whatever. So thank you.
Please
do.
Oh yeah, there's a lot to learn about atheism.
I do.
Oh, yes,
But
I do.
I don't believe in it anyways, because I believe I have the truth anyways. But no problem.
Oh my, to be continued. Thank you so much for joining us, Terry. And we're moving right down the line. Shane, what is up? We have been skeptic and ranting on the ultimate confirmation of separate ancestry, plus some theological back and forth. Lovely as always to have you with us. But what are your final thoughts?
Thank you so much for having me. It was a really spirited discussion. So I would just say that there is a lot of evidence, both in the fossil record and through genetics and phylogeny, that there is a common ancestor. Was whoa there.
Might have been
The
some
fuck was
technical
that?
difficulties on some, but we're sending love to
Amy, was that you?
No, it wasn't, but
Oh,
I'm sending love and right back to you, Shane.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. So, there's a lot of evidence for common ancestor, both in the fossil record and in genetics. And evolution, I guess the misconceptions here was evolution is not a ladder where one species or kind gives birth to another, gives birth to another. It's more of a tree where, like, you know, if you, like, cousins have the same grandfather, that sort of thing. So if you have dogs and wolves that came from the same ancestor, and then you see bears have, you know, a similar ancestor, and then you can use genetics and fossil records to see that whatever that ancestor of the dogs and the bears were, they themselves had a similar ancestor that was, you know, and it goes on, and that's more how it works, rather than just a dog gave birth to a wolf gave birth to a coyote. That's, sorry, I'm kind of rambling, but anyway, look me up
Not
on
at
TikTok.
all, Ramen.
Thank you so much.
Woo-hoo, and that's right. If you want to give a shout out, go watch more wonderful non-believer content. Thank you so much for being on here, Shane.
Thank you.
And all right, Peter, it is never not a lively discussion when you are on. Always lovely to have you. We have been skeptic and ranting on the ultimate confirmation of separate ancestry, plus, of course, little theological back and forth. Hope you had fun. Where can people find you? What are your final thoughts?
Before we go there, I do think that I have to apologize to a few people. People are watching, people in chat. I'll exclude one specific person, the person that brought all of that out, I guess. I can't stand narcissists, sorry. But yeah, I was a bit heated. I'm back to being calm and collected. So people can find me on the Gonna Go For It channel, where we talk to theists, we talk to atheists, and we host debates. We do all kind of things. Other than that, they can now also find me on Discord in the politics server, where we do a bi-weekly show that was set up by a guy named Taco. It's streamed to YouTube by the great Randolph Richardson, and it's an awesome show where we get to have really, really good conversations with theists, where they try to convince us that a god exists. And I've actually befriended a few of the theists that have come on and have contacted me on Discord, which I think is an awesome thing. It's better than anything that I could get out of that, I guess. And yeah, Other than that, you can see me on several channels. Tomorrow, I'll be hosting the third installment of Evolution 101 on Jackson Wheat's channel. Jackson Wheat and Dapper Dino are going through a presentation that Jackson has made to explain evolution to people who want to learn about it. That is at 7 p.m. U.S. Central on Jackson Wheat's channel. And then this Sunday, you can find me hosting another show for Arn Ra, where we go through the Quran. And yeah, Will Stewart in the chat, you are my friend. One of the few theists that I've made artwork for. And just saying that means something, because I'm not usually doing that for theists. I made an exception for Will. Will's a great guy.
Mm-hmm.
You need to be on the panel more often. You need to be on the panel more often.
Will.
Can we trade you to one for one of the? No, never mind. Amy, thanks again for doing this and for having all those nut jobs on here, trying to derail everything that you try to do, and try to streamline into being a good conversation, and then all of us come on and pretty much fuck it up. So apologies for that.
Hey, I am just sending love. It was great conversations on the panel, and James isn't here right now, so I can say it as many times as I want. He who controls the spice controls the universe. Thank you so much for being on, Peter.
Thank you for having me, Amy.
And all right.
Newman, focus.
F-U-C-U-S. What does that spell? A good time.
Newman, focus.
Speaking of a good time, Sunflower, we have been Skeptic and Ranting on the ultimate confirmation of separate ancestry, along with some theological back and forth. Hope you had a good time. Where can people find you? And of course, what are your final thoughts?
Listen,
you're
I won't even go into where people can find me. I mean, I have a channel, but I don't really post on it, so whatever. You can probably find it. I want to say first and foremost, I really do have to give credit and respect to you, Amy, and I guess James too, for hosting a channel that is open to not only opposition, but the opposition, the like of people like me who obviously are not
fuckery,
don't exactly trigger the best response. And it regardless of what anyone thinks, a lot of platforms wouldn't have put up with me from the beginning, and we're just rooting me. Amy consistently has. I'm trying to say that Amy has consistently been very fair, and I really do respect that, regardless of other disagreements. With that said, I'll just end with my initial, honestly, with my opening statement. That's more or less, in this world of sort of chaotic, naturalistic, atheistic evolution, there's inevitably going to be inconvenient truths. I feel comfortable and confident to confront these truths with my deepest conviction, that is, humans are created in the image of God and thus are all inherently valuable, and no matter how you frame it can belittle or diminish anyone's individual value. I have yet to hear a convincing argument of how naturalistic, atheist, materialist will deal with this if it ever does become catastrophic. With that said, one last point, Atheist Junior, why did you call me out in the comments? You're obviously afraid of me, and you've blocked me on all platforms, dude. If you want to talk, Atheist Junior is just a coward, for lack of better words. All I got. So thanks for having me on, and that's it.
Thank you so very much, Sunflower. We love having our theist brothers and sisters be able to speak their mind. We also love Atheist Junior. We love everybody. And
Okay, fuck off, Mr.
We are going to
30-year-old.
thank
You're
you for
done.
joining us and having fun. And we are moving to, I believe, our headliner of the night, Beamsy. We have been skeptic and ranting on the ultimate confirmation of separate ancestry, plus some theological back and forth. Hope you had a good time. Where can people find you? And of course, what are your final thoughts?
In the aspects of the final thoughts, the proof that we have actually come from, at least cladistically speaking, a common population is undeniable. The way that it came there is not, because we can show through multiple lines of both evidence and scientific methods that everything that is presented, on the contrary, has been discredited and can easily be disproven. Again, to my quid pro quo towards Sunflower, the aspect of the scientific method is more about looking at the similarities of things, which usually brings a lot more people together. It's why people who usually follow the scientific method are a lot more tolerant than the majority of the other populations. As I pointed out in the aspects of the links in the side, I've also shown through direct aspects that it is the religious aspects that have actually made the tribalism worse and the violence and anger towards different people worse. This is undeniable, and it can be shown through statistics. As where you can find me, good luck.
Woo-hoo! Thank you so very much, Beamsy. It was lovely having you on.
Amy, we have one other person who wants to do an outro and a shout out to someone in chat. Can we do that?
Is it Darth?
It is.
This is the guy who's the head of Canadian Atheist. I mean, have you ever heard, and you're going to have to excuse me, folks, have you ever heard such a dumb fuck in your whole life?
It's how you know you've gotten under someone's skin when you're so nice and your head blows off. But I do not only want to thank everyone, I want to send another non-believer skeptic call out. Send him to love and the help train. This is Shane's YouTube channel down here, and we need to get him to his 100. That's right. So we can get that fancy name, ladies and gentlemen. That is one of the, I would say, the landmarks, and I just want to send
Is there
love.
some way we could get it in
Everyone.
chat? Because since you can't click on the one on the screen.
Why, yes, we can. I can send it no matter if you're in YouTube, Facebook, or Twitch. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get him his 100. Woo-hoo! And I want to just thank all of you out there for joining us on this episode of Skeptic and Ranting. The ultimate confirmation of separate ancestry, where tonight we watched a video called The Ultimate Confirmation of Separate Ancestry, Answering the Questions of Origins. The taglines help sell sequels. From the channel, Standing for Truth, for some fun that I hope was worth monkeying around for, though... That's what we have Trebek on with us tonight, which is always good. I do want to thank my co-host, James W., along with my guest, Soldier of Science, Beamsy, Sunflower, Peter, Bird, Shane, Terry, Leophilius, Ralph, digital dust, as well as the people in chat, our awesome mods who make this stream so great, and of course, lovely viewers like you who make this channel even possible. If you enjoyed the show, please like, follow, or subscribe. Then you gain access to that icon, which when set to all will send you reminders to join our live streams or see our premieres, or hey, leave a comment once the video's done. After the show, we will be heading over to the Skeptic and Ranting Discord server, the link of which is in the description below. Lastly, if you would like to help us make even more content, we offer some perks for our supporters by checking out our Patreon at patreon.com/Amy Newman. I am Amy Newman, and we will see you all on the next episode of Skeptic Ball V. Good night, everyone. Mwah.